All right, guys. Hey there. What's going on? We are now in day two of the second qualifier here for PAX Prime. My name is Kaeyoh, and I'm joined here today with DJ Tyrant as a co-caster. What's up, dude? How you doing today?
I'm good. I'm excited to see these matches and finish out the second qualifier. The games yesterday were really exciting and fun to watch, and we'll get to see who the next two are able to qualify.
Yeah, man. I'm hoping today maybe we'll see a little bit of Medivh play. I feel like, after all the Gamescom stuff, the hype has got to be up there for Medivh, right? Like, people have got to be considering he's a good asset to have on your team. I feel like people are going to be valuing him a little bit higher throughout the later stages of this tournament. We'll see. Maybe we can get some a little Raven scouting action today. But yeah, so the first setup we're going to have, the first match of the day, is going to be 2Arc versus Astral Authority. And these are two well-established teams. And of course, Astral has been around for quite a while, and they originally had Equinox on that team after he stepped down for a little while. Now he's back. So Equinox is back on the roster, back when probably Astral Authority was at their scariest. Equinox was their melee assassin player. Because this guy is just a champ when it comes to Kerrigan, Butcher, Illidan, all of these really high mechanical skill cap carry characters. He can always make it work. So how do you think that's going to play out today?
I think that's definitely going to influence the draft some. Well, Kerrigan is almost always banned out from this meta currently, but more so with
Yeah.
someone like Equinox here. And Illidan is going to most likely be available, so if Equinox is feeling confident in that Illidan, don't be surprised if Astral snaps that up pretty quickly.
Yeah, especially on the big maps, they never shy away from it. So, but on the other side, 2Arc. We haven't seen
Yeah.
him, actually performing in a little while here. And sorry, I was trying to set you up there on that one.
Oh,
And then
I
I was
wasn't
just
sure
like,
if you were throwing it to me. I was
oh,
like,
okay.
oh, wait, you probably wanted me to talk about 2Arc. But yeah, 2Arc, they've been in the scene forever with various lineups here and there, but LZ
Yeah.
Gamer has been the constant there. He's always been a part of the team for over a year now, I want to say, and they're still kind of looking for their big break into the hero scene. I mean, they've always been very competitive in the amateur tournaments, and they've always gone pretty far in most of these qualifiers. And once again, they're one match away from the qualification match here, but they have quite the task in front of them with Astro Authority here.
Let's take a look at who they're actually going to be playing with today. They have some of the normal people. You got Kawhi Rice, Elheim on the team, LZ Gamer, of course, the captain. There's Astabroth, Legend, and Seikook on that team. Now, throughout all of these names, you have a lot of really talented Hero League players, and out of the six that we see there, I'm not sure which ones are actually going to be on the field today, but we're going to find out very shortly. Now, with LZ finally teaming up with really good, talented players like Seikook, Legend, Kawhi Rice, I mean, I feel like they finally can have their moment to shine, and 2Arc can really prove themselves and become a dominant force in the scene.
Yeah, they absolutely can. It's just what version of 2Arc is going to show up because that's been kind of their problem. I feel like is they haven't been super consistent in tournaments and their lineups and just how they play out these games.
Yeah.
And Astral is going to be very difficult for them to get past, I feel like. And as Astral was one of the teams that qualified last season or last month, or I don't know, everything's blending together. Timelines are all blending together. The first regional that was just 2 weeks ago, they qualified for that, and they looked pretty good in the qualifiers. They were a little sketchy at the event itself.
Yeah.
But they have this new or new old player Equinox.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'm excited to see
lineup
Equinox.
in
I
this
feel
lobby.
like that's really who brought that team up to its highest, potential. And to see him back in the squad, he's such a loud, dominant shot caller too, in their actual play. I feel like it's such an important part of that team to make it work correctly. Now, I think we do have the draft links here. My hero draft is being a little weird. Let me know if your link loads up nice and quick. Like, oh, there we go. So it looks like
Yeah,
we're
there
going to
we
be
go.
playing on Dragonshire, and I love watching Dragonshire games competitively because You really get to see so many tight mechanical matchups, especially when you have 2 to 3 people brawling on the sides of the map. So Dragonshire, definitely a map I'm looking forward to seeing today, and of course it's a very strong Kerrigan map.
Yeah, and the other thing about it is there's just action all over the map pretty much consistently from start to finish because you have these two shrines that are being fought over a lot of the times at the same time, and then you have that contest in the middle to try to grab the dragon, and there's camps to be picked up and everything. It's a really great battleground, and at this high level, it's really fun to watch. But like you were saying, Kerrigan is very impactful here, as well as those global heroes like Brightwing and Falstad.
Yeah, those are key aspects of any comp on Dragonshire. Let's go ahead and just give a quick update to the bigger picture of what's going on right now in this tournament, because it's a little confusing with the format of 2 days and having these matches a little spread out. So yesterday, me and you casted the first couple of rounds of the tournament, and we saw Miasma advance through the first round, and then they fell to Astral. And Miasma was looking really strong. Astral definitely put them in their place with a very nice comeback on Cursed Hollow. So Astral beat Miasma now to advance to this matchup, and I think 2Arc was able to just get a bye into this round. Is that correct?
They got a bye into the second round, and then they beat RFS Gaming to get to this point. So they did have to play one series before getting here. But cool. This is going to be interesting because it is on 2 different nights. Maybe if 2Arc had met Astral after that series that they kind of came back from, Astral was probably a bit pumped up after that series.
Yeah, and there's also the player
coming in a little cold.
Yeah, and there's the player fatigue aspect too, right? Because I mean, if you play too long and there's too many intense matchups back to back, it can be really hard to keep your stamina up for the games. Now, on the other side of the bracket today, on Enverim's channel, I believe you can check out the. Not sure if they're casting team name change or dumpster tier failures, but they're gonna have a pretty close matchup on that side of the bracket as well, where I fully expect team name change to face off against dumpster tier failures for that final spot. And of course, on our side, whoever wins this matchup that we're watching right now is going to have to defeat the winner of Vox Nihili versus Imported Support. So, with that being said, we're going to have this set today first, and then we're going to see the set of Vox Nihili versus Imported's winner play the winner that we see from this set. And then that's going to be the person who qualifies for PAX. So they're this close now. There's a lot on the line, and the stakes are very high for whatever team to come out on top of this particular matchup.
Yeah, win 2 series and you're in. You get that trip to Seattle to compete for a spot at BlizzCon in November to represent North America on the global stage. And that'll be a tough tournament because the 4 teams that have already qualified are some of the strongest teams in North America right now.
Very scary,
we have the 2 winners from that first regional, Murloc Geniuses and Gale Force Esports, and the 2 that qualified from the first qualifier, which were Naventic, and I don't know why the second one is failing my memory right now.
GFE or Murlocs? Murloc. Is that what you're thinking of? All right, guys. So we're actually getting right into the draft right now, so I'm going to go ahead and pull up the draft. Now, 2Arc has first pick this game, so they're going to lead out with the Falstad ban. And you can't fault them for leading out with the Falstad ban. It's just an overall great character on this map. However, it doesn't seem like they're trying to do anything too tricky. I'd say that's more of just keeping with the standard meta.
Yeah, not wanting to shift too far from what is comfortable for most teams in this meta right now. I mean, even with Gus getting that nerf recently, or relatively recently, to the cooldown on it, it's still that very impactful heroic that just can change team fights immediately. And Astral, they're really thinking about this first ban here, so dipping into that time pool. We saw them yesterday make some really quick draft decisions, but they're really thinking about this one.
Yeah, I think, going against a team like Miasma, it's not a really established name or anything, so I feel like they were probably just trying to get it done as fast as possible too, just trying to get through it. And now they know a lot is on. What? Are they hovering an Ariel ban?
They're teasing us.
Okay.
They've got to be teasing us.
Yeah. There's no way.
Wait, hold on. They just said that Heroes Draft just died, so they're putting it up on Stormcraft. and the link
Okay.
is in the lobby there. I can send it to you on Skype if you need it.
I will get it out of the lobby here, no problem.
Cool.
Yep.
So,
Sometimes that happens. The server's getting overloaded from so many different drafts being made. So
yeah.
no problem at all. We'll just switch on over.
The 2-arc ban is going to be the same. Astral is banning out Kerrigan since they didn't have the first pick here. So not wanting to give that to 2-arc. 2-arc, though, prioritizing that Li Ming. We don't see Li Ming as prioritized anymore. So are you a little surprised about that?
That was kind of funny, just touching on what you said before, how you're like, they're really dipping in their time pool here. They're going to hit 0 any second.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, they're really dipping into that. So, sorry, you were asking about just Astral banning Kerrigan there?
Well, I'm not surprised by that, but I was more intrigued by 2-arc picking up Li Ming first here.
Yeah, so here's the thing.
She's kind of fallen a little bit.
Well, here's the thing. With Falstad already being banned, that means you either get the Li Ming now, or you're stuck basically playing Jaina or KT, which both of those are considered super no-no picks right now for competitive teams. And you can debate that maybe Jaina's a little bit stronger than people are giving credit for, but as far as NA teams, nobody's going to be touching Jaina probably this tournament. So 2-arc picks Li Ming there to try and at least lock down a mage, but I feel like, I am intrigued as well because they gave up so much. They're giving up a Zagara. That alone just seems crazy on Dragonshire.
Yeah, and we saw Astro Authority, when they were given Zagara the last time they drafted in this, which was last night, they immediately picked up Zag and Zul, but they're not going to do that. They're going to pick up Thrall here, which takes away that Thrall-Zagara lane matchup because they're on the same team now. So I really like this, actually, and they're really prioritizing their damage and their map presence with these 2 first picks.
Yeah, they've really snatched up all of the solo laner options here, and it feels like something Astral does is they just pick up all of the lane control type characters. Like, remember yesterday how we would see them pick up Zagara, Zul type, on Blackheart's Bay. They just love taking all of the characters that can just make sure that the map is fully under their control. That seems to be where Astral's prioritization is throughout these matches. So sticking to what's been working for them, Zagara Thrall is going to make it very difficult for 2-arc. Going back to what we were talking about kind of yesterday, now it falls on 2-arc to draft a comp that can get kills in order to swing the momentum back in their favor, because they're not going to be able to win these lanes.
Yeah, and they're going to pick up a very standard draft here with the ETC, pretty much the priority tank nowadays in this current meta, and Rhaegar as well for the healing. And wow, I'm a little surprised by this ban. Tracer getting targeted out by Astro Authority.
Yeah, maybe this is something that has been a pattern in scrims between them and a little bit of a micro meta environment that they've been setting up. If they've been playing each other, sometimes that's why you see weird bans like this. But I'm certainly surprised as well to see Tracer being banned out there. Ever since they changed the talents for that build in the last patch, it seems like people haven't really found a new build that they really like enough to run consistently in the actual competitive scene. So now with ETC being picked up, that really puts Astral in a position where they probably are going to want to get at least one more interrupt here, and that's going to be Greymane Tyrael, so no interrupts between those two. And that Greymane picture, that's looking a little different than what I'm used to seeing.
Yeah,
who that was.
Kind of looks like Uther a little bit. You're like, wait, hold on. But yeah, the Greymane Tyrael is not a huge surprise here. I think everyone's been talking about this combo being super strong right now.
Right.
And I really like this. Astral has a really good amount of lane presence, roam potential, and gank potential as well, I feel like, with the Tyrael Greymane here. But speaking of ganking, 2-arc, they're going to lock in that Zeratul here, and I believe that's going to be an LZ gamer specialty. I know he absolutely loves playing the Zeratul. And if they can start getting some kills in the early game with the Zeratul, that'll be really good for 2-arc and lead them hopefully to the path of victory. And they're going to pick up Zul. Wow. So there's a lot of lane clear between these two teams.
I actually really like where 2-arc went with this draft. I feel like they managed to reestablish themselves in this draft because it looked a little bit weak with the Li Ming, ETC, Rhaegar. Now with the Zul, they can at least do pretty well in the rotations, and they can have somebody split when they need to. And then the Zeratul is exactly what they needed to be able to throw off Astral Authority's rotations here. Because with someone like Zag, a lot of times if Zag's just controlling and setting up in one particular lane, that's when you can have Zeratul wrap around and punish Zag for getting too comfortable and too greedy and overextending a little bit in that lane. It's very hard to keep tabs on Zeratul compared to a lot of the other roamers in the game. Of course, because he's in stealth, that helps quite a bit. So I think like they have the kill potential here. Zeratul, obviously, with Void Prison can set up nice combos for Mosh Pit and Li Ming damage. And do you think we're going to see Skeletal Mages or Poison Nova? Because 2Arcs doesn't have all that much damage.
I would lean towards the Poison Nova here. They definitely need that additional damage, and that's going to be something that Heroic will obviously provide here. Because the only other damage is the Li Ming and the Zeratul, and Zeratul isn't the greatest team fighter because of his low health pool and just inability to really get in and out if he's used that blink already. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see Poison Nova trying to find that kind of golden opportunity with the Mosh Pit at the same time, really line up all those targets closely.
Yeah, the golden opportunity. You're talking about Uther, right? Because, he's all gold and everything.
Yeah, but speaking of Uther, it's going to be very difficult, I feel, for 2Arc to get a lot of damage on Astral. They have so much damage mitigation, and they have the Sanctification plus Divine Shield to keep Greymane safe for a long time.
Yep. I think you're exactly right. But the one thing about Skeletal Mages is that it allows you to force fights a lot of times when you're trying to gank in those side lanes, like right when you hit 10. A lot of times you can catch like 2 people out there, and then by throwing up the Skeletal Mage wall, they can't escape that. So that's where you might see some value out of Skeletal Mages if that's what Seikuk opts for.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll have to see what they decide to do, but there's a really good argument for either of those heroics here, and that's kind of what you like about Heroes of the Storm is there's a lot of variety in builds here, and we are loaded into game here. I'll introduce our left team here. In the blue trunks, it is going to be Astral Authority Equinox on that Thrall, and we do have Battery on Tyrael, Talking Trees on Greymane, Dark Chimera playing the Uther, and Frozen X putting on that Zagara.
Awesome. And over on the right side in the red trunks, it's going to be Team 2Arc. Astabroth playing ETC, LZ Gamer on Zeratul, no surprise there. Elheim on Rhaegar, Legend playing Li Ming, and Seikuk running it out with Zul.
And 2Arc's hanging out in the base for a little bit. That's not.
This might be a little bit of a pre-game ritual, psyching themselves.
Maybe.
Okay, they're blocking the minion wave here. So what they're trying to do with this is make their minion wave crash closer to the gate. And that allows them to punish the overextension from the side of Astral Authority. So actually a pretty cool move here. Something that we do see now and again, teams doing that. And all right, already you see Astabroth taking a lot of damage. It's hard to be a solo ETC tank because of how much poke that you take as a frontliner and really don't have that much mitigation. So now the 4-man rotation heads bottom lane pretty even there in the clear. Nobody really getting the upper hand just yet. However, ETC was just slightly slower in that rotation. We'll see if they look to make an aggressive move here. I feel like overall, Astral Authority is going to have the better team when it comes to fighting in these little micro skirmishes. However, I was just about to say they have a little bit of a man advantage here if they can make something happen. Bit of an awkward play there, though, as the root goes down on Battery before ETC's there, and then ETC tries the power slide somebody without any follow-up. So a little bit of a punishment there. However, LZ splitting off, heading towards top. Equinox already taking the root. He's going to be the focus here. Let's see if they can get the kill. They have the damage. Yes, that's going to be first blood. Equinox going down up at top lane. Nicely done by 2Arc to start things off.
Yeah, really great pick off here. Legend taking a little bit of damage, but we're going to be able to back out safely here. And we have the splitting of the shrines. Not a huge surprise to start off our game here. But let's see if 2Arc tries to go for another pick here. I think following Zeratul will be the key here. It does look like they might be trying to see if they can get a gank in this top lane, but they're not going to be able to. Zul is going to clear out the top and give it a little bit more room for LZ to potentially go in for a kill.
Yeah, and if you notice 2 members there from Astral Authority in top lane, I don't think Seikuk knows that there's actually 2 people here. He's going to get hit with the Feral Spirit very soon. He's trying to juke the long route. This is definitely an interesting decision there, not turning around. And that actually might end up saving him. That was brilliant. I was a little bit questionable about taking that route, but it worked very well because, honestly, Equinox there just holding the Feral Spirit and deciding not to go for that catch.
Yeah, in the midst of, we did have Astral controlling both shrines, but they weren't able to secure the Dragon Knight, and now the bottom shrine was taken back briefly from Astral Authority, but now they once again are able to grab this Dragon Knight. If they want to go aggressive here, I think they might be able to grab this. So there are 3v2 in the mid lane here. We just need Equinox to hold off LZ and Saiku just a little bit here, but Saiku's rotating down here to provide some support. They're going to lock down Chimera. Can they finish him off here?
It's going to be very close. He's getting the special scythe damage onto him. Now, though, look how low Legend is. It's going to be hard for them to continue contesting this point. Meanwhile, the brawl at top lane, if Equinox can land a root onto Stealth LC Gamer here, he's going to win the trade really hard. They're both neither wanting to give up the actual full control of this point, but now Equinox has to back off. Good game sense there, knowing that the two more members of 2ARC were coming up to put pressure on him there. Now, in mid lane, we see basically a stalemate as everybody is starting to move down to bottom. Going to be the next point of contention here. We see Li Ming actually got Triumvirate this game, so looking to get a little bit more damage out of getting lower cooldown from the Arcane Orbs. So interesting choice there. Rocking that new Striker Li Ming skin. Have you played with that skin at all? It's very nice.
I haven't picked it up yet, but I feel like I need to because it's such a wonderful skin. Blizzard did a great job there. Frozen X getting a little focused down here. They're not going to be able to complete the kill, but they're definitely going to push Frozen X out of this lane here, control this bottom shrine, and both teams really even on the XP right now, both at level 7 on that talent tier. And now, for the first time, 2ARC is going to control both shrines here, and I think they're just going to be able to grab this.
Wow, they're actually going to get it. So
yeah,
what happened there is Astral went for the Giant camp. And this can give you a big advantage, especially when both teams are just fighting over the rotation. Having that extra variable of the Giants pushing to deal with can be really tricky. But the scary thing every time you do that is that you give up a little bit of a man advantage, and it makes it harder to contest those points while you're actually finishing up the camp. And that's exactly what 2ARC took advantage of. While Thrall was still hitting those Giants, the rest of 2ARC made sure they capped both and made that swift rotation up to the mid lane to cap it. So nicely done there. And Astabroth, oh my gosh, Battery just gets kicked into the base there. He's going to take a lot of damage, and he's very low mana, so it's going to be hard for him to actually get out of here. LZ Gamer looking to secure that kill, isn't able to land that Void Spike, and look how much damage.
He got punched again.
Oh my, he's just getting bullied.
Right into. Oh no, he is going to survive with a just clutch Q there to get out, and he had like something like 50 HP left. That was incredible, and not a whole lot of value out of this Dragon Knight for 2ARC because they had to clear out that bottom lane like the Giants you were talking about. That Astral did pick up, and looks like 2ARC's trying to sniff out for a kill here, but Roseneck's going to be way too far back to be able to be picked off.
So what we saw there is Astral Authority going for a very aggressive defense. They moved onto the heroes and looked for kills there. You know, we saw Astrobroth on ETC. They're getting very low. Oh, he's got to be a little careful here. He's trying to sniff this rotation out, but okay, he was a little bit in danger there of being turned around on. However, he's going to be okay. Now, two members of Astral stuck in top lane. I feel like they're in a bit of an awkward spot now. Both teams just trying to like keep vision and tabs on the other team. Meanwhile, though, Elheim making a nice sneaky play down here. I really like this. Meanwhile, all that commotion up in top lane, and he's able to pick up those Giants on bottom. If you guys didn't know, as a support player, if you're maybe a mid-level support player out there still learning the game, Rhaegar is one of the supports that can actually be very effective at doing these jungle camps by himself, because casting Lightning Shield on yourself, hitting those ogres, and then you can, of course, shift into the wolf form to do a little bit more bonus attack damage. So you can actually steal those Giants just like Elheim did there. Nice play.
This rotation in the middle by Astral could catch LZ Gamer off guard here. They're putting in the damage, but the Void Prison does come out. It's going to be 3 people in here for Astral, and LZ Gamer should be able to get out here with another blink, and he does. So one heroic used to disengage there and spare the life of the Zeratul.
And the thing is, Tyrant, that's a 100-second ultimate there. It is a really big resource there to have to waste just to save your own life. And that, of course, is one of the things that if you're playing on a team with Zeratul and you see a Zeratul use VP, you have to really keep in mind that you shouldn't fight until you give a little bit more time for that cooldown to come back around, because it's such a pivotal team fight element. And ETC was nowhere in range, nowhere to be found. He was still at bottom lane. And the damage from LZ kind of came out of nowhere there onto top, so he didn't really have time to respond. However, look at this Astral, hungry for a kill up in top lane, trying to throw that Frisbee out to find Zeratul. He's, however, just going to sit up here and clean up the soak. That means Astral Authority is going to have a bit more pressure pushing down top lane because Astral's already cleared. Oh, wow, the Sunder comes out onto LZ. A very aggressive move there, using that cooldown to try and get the kill. They must have seen LZ use that blink already. Nicely done. So LZ Gamer is going to fall there, and having Zeratul dead now with the Shrines active gives Astral a very big advantage.
Yeah, he's going to take those Banelings to the face and get taken out here. And we do actually have Zagara taking the Maw here. I think it's been a point of conversation for a lot of Zagara players, trying to figure out which is exactly the best heroic in which situation. And they were just wanting the team fight one here. So they're going to go kind of toe-to-toe with the Void Prison here, with picking up that Maw. And a great pick off there by Astral once again, giving them a little bit of advantage. They're able to push out these lanes pretty far. Great job clearing, though, in the top lane by Tuark. And they're going to be able to put some pressure in this top lane. It looks like Astral is going to respond with a rotation here, and ETC is going to get caught out. Is he going to be able to survive? No, he gets completely blown up by the Greymane. And that wasn't even easy. Go for the throat. So that heroic is still available for Astral.
Yeah, Tuark bought themselves a little window there to cap mid, but of course with some members already from Astral being there, there's no way they're going to get that. So unfortunate that Tuark had to lose another member there, another staggered death in the pickoffs. And Astral is just doing a great job of finding these kills, even though their comp is not really that kill-centric. They have a lot of characters that excel at just, you know, controlling the map, not so much securing kills, but they're managing to make it work regardless. Now, Seikook up at top is going to be the focus here, but it's a 3 versus 3. There goes the Sunder. They're very close to their tower there, so he has that defensive advantage. And now with Legend on the chase here, I feel like they might be able to turn this onto Astral and get some kills. Power Slide coming out onto the bottom there. Oh no, LZ with kind of an awkward VP there as he's forced to just blink out. Can't really follow up on it or anything. And again, the VP just having to be thrown out there without any real synergy in the fight. Unfortunate.
Yeah, and we still haven't seen a mosh pit come out. That was a really great setup by Saiku, using the skeletal mages there to zone him out, but the follow-up damage just wasn't there, and now there's going to be a fight for this dragon in the middle lane. And Astral is doing a really great job of just poking here, but they're going to lose that bottom shrine here, and it is going to be reset once again. And they're just going to take some free building damage here on the side of Tuark and get a little bit of XP here, but both teams still really close in experience at level 13 right now in this low kill game, which is a little surprising. We were thinking Tuark might be going for a lot of kills early game, but they just have to be able to secure them.
Yeah, exactly correct there. And honestly, like, I think we got to give some credit to Tuark though for not losing any more people. With man down there, that was a pretty scary situation, and they managed to not lose anybody else in the process. So now with Void Prison being up in 20 seconds, they are going to be able to find a really nice team fight here. And maybe we're going to see the first full-on clash of the game, but I thought for a second there LZ was going to go down, as the really nice invasion timing there on the Giants is able to pick up Astral to camp. And with that, they can siege very hard here. And of course, with a Zagara on your team, you know you have the potential to get this fort here. So they're probably going to look for the quick fort. However, they do need to be careful. Tuark definitely has an opportunity to fight, but Zul opting to just push top instead of rotate down. And of course, he's giving vision right now. So Astral Authority knows that Zul is staying all the way up there. And as they go through the mid here, maybe trying to bait ETC to go in on them. That was kind of a funky rotation. Now Talking Trees, though, pretty caught out in that zone. A nice Sanctification to turn it around, though. Battery's not going to let Talking Trees go down. No way. LZ falls outside of the VP. Unbelievable. And then the really unfortunate timing there of a mosh pit while everybody was caught in stasis. The Maw follow-up. This could be disastrous for Tuark, as Astral Authority is going to move in here very aggressively. Dark Chimera on Uther, tanking this fort for his team. They've already used most of their defensive resources. This is the time where they need to pull out and be careful, because 2Ark could turn this around for a 1-for-1. No, it looks like Astral's actually just going to get out of here. Nicely done. So they have a little bit more of a window here, about 15 seconds to try and look for a DK pickup.
Yeah, they were only able to get one kill, but they got a lot of heroics used by 2Ark, kind of resetting the team fight here. And yeah, like you were saying, Astaroth just had a bit of an awkward mosh pit there that really didn't get much value, and they are going to pick up this Dragon Knight. Like you said, no contest there, being down the Zeratul for 2Ark, and it looks like we are going to see them go for the mid fort here. Another fort in their favor, just pushing this advantage that Astral has.
Yeah, and look at that. It's going to be Executioner there on Greymane. So looking to get a lot of damage very quickly onto people here. Now, with this DK, with the advantage of having 16, I think if Astral plays this correctly, they could definitely siege on this keep. They have the Knights there pushing with them. So if Astral plays this right, they're going to get a clean, nice, easy keep out of this. Let's see if 2Ark has any answer in store for them.
Yeah, they're trying to just poke and get something done here. They have
just
Legend
got 16 too.
Poking. Yeah, they did hit level 16, so they just got the Mirror Ball on the Li Ming. Equinox is about to get knocked out of the Dragon here, and here he goes. The VP is available, but they're not going to engage on this. They're just going to cut their losses and try to clear out some of these minions that are sticking around in this bottom lane. And imagine both teams just going to kind of sit and relax, grab some Knights, and go back to gain those shrines when they pop up again.
Yeah, Mosh Pit wasn't quite up there either, so, you know, I think maybe the discipline on not taking the VP engage there before Mosh was up was probably a good thing. So, by the way, guys, there's a couple different builds on Li Ming's if you're unfamiliar with it. This particular Li Ming build, it focuses on the missiles all hitting one target. You have the Seeker, where if 3 missiles hit the same target, you get a nice big juicy bonus of damage. And of course, with Mirror Ball, you get 5 missiles instead of 3 every time. So, a lot more Seeker procs there. So, watch for these missiles. Every time these missiles connect, they're going to get a huge spike in the power fight. Look at this, over the wall! Legend getting tons of damage onto Equinox there. He's got great positioning. This is always a dangerous spot to invade. When you have a Li Ming on the other team who can do all of that damage to the wall, we saw those Seeker missiles just taking Equinox down to like 30% there. So a lot of damage in store from that Li Ming.
I thought LZ was going to go for the VP there. You saw him blinking on the
yeah, that one. That's a situation I would have liked it.
Decided against it, and blinked back out, and we'll have to see which team decides to engage here. And it's basically just Astral's game to control here. They're controlling the pace of this. They're controlling which lanes get pushed out because of the keep and 2 fort advantage that they have right now.
Yeah, I feel like we have to give it to both teams here, though, playing at a very even level, keeping this game very close. And we know that we're in for a good set today, Tyrant. This is so far a great start to the day. And we see both teams here now mirroring each other, taking each other's outer fort on the opposite side of the map. Of course, Astral here with a nice little advantage having that keep down. But the race to 20 there, they're going to have a little bit of a window where they're 20 before 2Ark hits 20. But it's not so significant that it's, you know, we can say that 2Ark is in a horrible position right now, right? It's just enough where they're going to be able to maybe get another keep out of it. But we'll see if 2Ark is able to make something happen before 20. That's their really crucial timing window to make a play.
And this is kind of an awkward moment here. We have both teams kind of rotating as a 5-man unit, going down to each shrine. And these shrines are just going to swap teams once again really quickly here. Zul did have to rotate back to clear out this top lane, but being Zul, he's very, very capable of doing that. And we'll have to see. Astral is kind of sniffing out to where 2Ark is. LZ Gamer hiding in the bushes here. Is he going to be able to... Yeah, he is going to back out here. Doesn't want to get caught out there. And we'll have to see if either of these teams decide to fully commit here or just poking around. There comes the Sundering,
That was
though.
a very early Sunder. I feel like now's LZ's chance. If he can get in there, do some damage, and then hit a VP. Oh, they've seen it. LZ knows that they're split right now. This is their moment. 2Ark is moving in, getting some damage now. If he Vorpals back in for a VP, okay, he's not going to do that. But I think that would have been a great moment there to try and catch and engage.
Yeah, that would have been a 4v5 as Frozen X was rotating, but now it's a full 5v5 engagement if they decide to go in here. It does look like they're just they're thinking about it. They're really talking over what they want to do here. The dragon is available now for Astral, but they have to go through
Oh
2-arc
no,
to get it.
Astaroth, the top lane's gonna go down. There's Go for the throat, getting a killing blow. That means he gets a reset on his ultimate. He's going to be able to execute another target there if they can get someone low. The D-Shield going now out onto Talking Trees there on Greymane. So D-Shield has already been used. Now Seikook in a lot of trouble. Seikook needs to try and stay alive here. LZ Gamer doing his best to peel. There's another VP being used defensively there. Oh, and he decides to take the Vorpal to try and finish off Equinox. But there's going to be Sanctification. Just maybe a little bit unnecessary there, but making sure that nobody is going to fall to a Zeratul trying to get pickoffs. And LZ Gamer, the blink is down. That's going to be a kill. And the Maw, I don't think has anybody in it there. Frozen X just trying to get a little bit more out of the situation there if he could get another target. But with DK here, Equinox is surely going to be just taking this down through bottom lane to the core, which has already been opened up. And I think this is going to be the game unless a miraculous defense comes out from 2-arc.
Yeah, it's most likely going to be game if they can pick off another member of 2-arc here. And we'll have to see.
They are
Equinox,
low.
Oh, we do have Astaroth though. Mosh Pit is available, so a clutch Mosh Pit here could really help them. Here it comes. No, it doesn't get used there. Gets Shrink Raid. They have a lot of members of Astral really low here, but this Dragon Knight is continuing to put pressure on this core. That Chimera is low. Here comes the Mosh Pit, catching 3. They're going to be able to finish off 2 members of Astral. Now they have to quickly come back and try to finish off Frozen X and Equinox. I don't think they're going to be able to do it though.
Yeah, it was going to be pretty close there, but Equinox in the DK just sticking on the core the whole time, putting way too much pressure to where even those 3 kills weren't enough to stop the onslaught there. GG, well played to Astral Authority in game number 1. I gotta say, right at the end there, I don't know if you caught it, but the Wave of Force hit right when Astaroth power slid in, and he wasn't able to, he really wanted to mosh, but the Wave of Force had just knocked everyone away, and he was just kind of like, oh, I see what you did there. And then he just had to back off and look for another mosh. So a little bit unfortunate there. I've got to say, it just seems like 2-arc, when it comes to VP usage, it's hard for them to be on the same page, and I feel like they never use it to engage. And not necessarily just to purely engage, but they never use it offensively. They never use it in those situations where they get some damage onto Astral, then VP and hit the re-engage, where I thought at top, surely they would do it when LZ saw the 4 vs 5, but pretty much just only defensive VPs throughout the game, and that was really unfortunate to see.
Yeah, I think we were hoping for a bit more aggressive use of it there. Like you said, in that top lane engagement, we saw them 4v5, and he just hesitated just a little bit there. And that was unfortunate. That probably, I think, was one of their best opportunities to get a good team fight in their favor.
Yeah.
But they just, I don't know if it was just a shot call to not do that, or they saw something. They might have saw Frozen X rotating up, and we're just like, no, we're not gonna put ourselves in a bad position for Amara. But I don't know. It was very close. It was a really low kill game, all things considered. Only 9 total kills throughout this game. But
yeah,
a really great game showcasing both teams, I feel like, strengths and just the power of the objective on Dragonshire really coming through.
Yeah, and Astral, you just saw, like, in situations where we're just talking about 2-arc not being able to pull the trigger, like 10 seconds later on the other side, it would be Astral Authority. They see ETC, they just go on him. They know he's isolated. They know they have the numbers, and they just instantly execute, get that kill, and that was pretty much the theme of the game. Astral Authority was not afraid to get in there and, you know, get dirty, get those kills, whereas it seemed like with 2-arc, they were just really playing not to lose. I guess that would be the best way of putting it. Mm-hmm. And, you know, to be at the tip-top level, you got to know when you can take those aggressive plays. You got to be able to take the risk.
Yeah, and it looked like LZ was very hesitant to go in on any of the heroes of Astral. I mean, if we take a look at the stats, he only had 17,000 hero damage over that game, and it was just it was a tough situation for him. It might have just been a not the greatest pick in that spot. So we'll have to see how they come back here, and we'll see game number 2. It's going to be on Sky Temple here.
I love Sky Temple.
One of my favorite maps. But yeah, it's a really great map for
Could you
specialists
say
in
that
this meta.
maybe Sky Temple is, man, my hair is just doing all sorts of crazy shenanigans right now. By the way, your hair is looking glorious. I
Thank
like
you.
the color in it, man.
I
But
appreciate it.
I think little hair tangent there never hurt. Sky Temple, probably one of the best maps to see in competitive play. It's just very balanced. There is, I know this is a meme, but great comeback mechanics. And, of course, a lot of cool fights around that very tempting boss pit that has been aptly named the Throw Pit. Yes. So I'm sure we're going to see some cool action over that. Now, I have this link pulled up, but it looks like nothing's really happening quite yet. They haven't started.
Yeah,
correct?
I let them know that we were ready. So
Yeah, sometimes the players need to go get some water or something, I can understand
we're going to get to the draft here. And Zagara is going to be another point of contention here at the start of this draft. Don't be surprised if she gets banned out here by 2Arc. Astral is going to have first ban, first pick here. So they really get to control kind of the first ban. You don't pick that top tier hero. You force your opponent to ban that out. So if they're wanting Illidan, I mean, they could definitely ban out Zagara here.
Yeah.
And they're going to ban out the Zeratul.
Maybe that's just a respect ban.
Yeah,
just knowing that LZ plays it so much and is a very skilled Zeratul player who has, perfected his play of that character, just taking him off of a comfort pick. Nothing wrong with that. Especially if they're not exactly sure what they want to ban there. It's the term throwaway ban. Mm-hmm. Well, with a throwaway ban, you can still just throw away a target ban to at least take your enemy team off of something that they pick all the time. So you were talking about Kerrigan being first pick for Astral, and you were dead right, because that's exactly what they're going to do. Give them a lot of scary presence on these points. And, oh, man, an Equinox Kerrigan is something that if I was playing in this game, I'm just like, oh, boy, here we go. I got to get ready.
For 2Arc here. I do kind of understand the Tyrael ban. He definitely has really strong just power on these temples for this battleground. So it's a good ban, but it does open up some of the best heroes for Astral.
Wow.
And they're going to pick up that Kerrigan. But 2Arc's going to prioritize Tracer here.
What? Tracer. I mean...
So maybe... Okay, so Astral did ban out the Tracer last game, so maybe they know something about 2Arc. We haven't seen 2Arc too much using the Tracer, but...
I'm interested to see what kind of build they opt to go for with Tracer. Of course, her talents are quite a bit different now. And Tracer is one of those characters that is good against Kerrigan because she can just blink around so much. It's so hard for Kerrigan to hit a combo. Where Kerrigan really thrives is against squishy characters with no mobility, because they can't get out of range of that arc of the combo. And a character like Tracer obviously doesn't have any problem at all dipping and dodging around Kerrigan combos for days. So... You've got Tracer. I also really like Lunara as a damage versus Kerrigan with Leaping Strike. Now, this sounds a little weird, but her bonus movement speed plus the Leaping Strike, it's very difficult. Every time you see Kerrigan about to use a combo, you just leap right over the Kerrigan. Mm-hmm. And you do a lot of damage to Kerrigan, of course, with that as well. And then after the leap, you put the slow on and just kite her around. So that's another character I feel like is pretty good in this scenario. But with an ETC being followed up for Astral Authority, that's a lot of crowd control. I wouldn't mind seeing a Reynad from 2Arc.
Yeah, and look at this. They're picking up the Lunara.
Oh, they heard me.
To prevent that from 2Arc being able to use Lunara. But like you were saying, Lunara would have been a great counter here to Kerrigan. One of the Kerrigan's weaknesses is a really weak ability to disengage from fights. So Lunara can obviously close that gap very easily, and with the Leaping Strike even more so. But it's going to be on Astral. They're going to be able to just put a lot of pressure onto this lineup here, and the low health pool of Tracer is going to be a bit of a concern, I think, for 2Arc as we go into our second bans here.
Yeah, but I've got to say, Tracer can also eliminate a Lunara very easily, especially in the early game. Look for pickoffs on the rotations. If Lunara gets caught out at all, Tracer is just going to have a heyday, because while that slow is nice and that movement speed for kiting most characters, you can't kite a Tracer. She's going to keep blinking and staying on top of you, getting your slow with the pulse bomb. So I'm a little bit worried about Lunara, actually. But I feel like here's one thing that I noticed from this. Whenever there's a Kerrigan ETC, almost all of the threat and focus of the enemy team is on making sure that, one, they don't get killed by the ETC stun into the follow-up, or just focusing on the Kerrigan. So these are your two main focal points of the comp, Kerrigan and ETC. And a lot of times what that allows for is a character like Lunara to just consistently damage from the backline without being noticed as much. So that's what I feel like maybe they're going for here.
Yeah, it looks like that might be their strategy for this game. But the bans, let's talk a little bit about those, as the supports get really targeted here. 2Ark banning out Rhaegar, not wanting to give that Ancestral to the Kerrigan to be empowered to be more aggressive, and Tassadar being taken off the table by Astral, preventing 2Ark from being able to use that shielded Tracer, which is quite scary. They're going to pick up 2Ark's going to pick up Johanna here for their front line. Really strong front line, great wave clear. Really awesome to see in this lineup here. I actually really like this pick from 2Ark, with the removal of ETC by the process of Astral picking him up.
Yeah, well, for 2Ark, Johanna's going to be this frontline force that allows them to throw out stuns and kind of break the momentum of the initial engage that Astral Authority is going to look for with ETC Kerrigan. Being able to just demount them, keep tabs on them, hit them with condemns, and just kind of keep them in an awkward situation where they're demounted and slowed all the time is going to be really helpful. So I do like the Johanna pick as well. Plus, it pairs very nicely to give Li Ming a big front line. Li Ming now can more comfortably run a glass cannon type build and focus a little bit more on that heavy damage rather than having to focus all on defensives. If she had more of a all-in tank like an Anubarak or something. Johanna does a great job here. I think it's the right pick, and it's going to work very well for them. However, Astral answering this with a Greymane Brightwing. So Greymane, of course, I just see so many threats on the side of Astral. That's the problem. There's just so many scary characters that you have to deal with. On Astral, it's just like, who do you focus in the team fights? It's very tough for 2Ark right now as a team sitting there in communication together and talking about how are we going to win these team fights.
Yeah, that's going to be the big question for 2Ark. I mean, either one of these assassins can really be the number one leader in damage. You focus the Kerrigan. All right, say you get Kerrigan down. You still have to deal with the Lunar and Greymane doing damage. And, we are going to see... This was something I was also going to talk about. We are going to see 2Ark picking up the double warrior here by locking in Arthas. What do you think of this pick? Does it give them just a bit more control over fights here and slow down the damage, the high damage that Astral is drafting?
Yeah, I think it's a very nice pick, and you're exactly right. That's what Arthas does best, is he gets in there. He's a front line that can get some nice crowd control onto the melees like Kerrigan and Greymane, who are going to be just trying to run around and get on those backline targets. But getting past the Frozen Tempest there, that AoE slow that Arthas puts out, and damage is going to be tough. And I feel like now that they have Arthas paired with a Johanna, we can also see a Syndragosa Arthas. And Syndragosa Arthas would work really well here because Astral Authority's team relies on moving forward with mobility, right? And if they can't do that, if they're locked down in place, then I feel like 2Ark's going to be able to pick people off between Tracer and Li Ming. So with that last pick, which I think was a brilliant pick, I kind of want to say I think 2Ark has a slightly better comp.
Yeah, they have a lot more control. And like you were saying, with this Syndragosa, they might be able to pressure lanes a bit stronger than you normally would be able to. And just pushing down the lanes by yourself gives so much more value out of the temples the further the game goes on, obviously. And that'll be something they're going to look for. They might be looking more for just using the map objectives to win this game for them, as we are loading into game number 2 here. I'm really excited to see this. Game number 1 was really close. We'll have to see if 2Ark can tie it up and push it to a game number 3 here in our best of 3. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Once again, I am DJ Tyrant with Kaeyoh here, hosting the stream for this qualifier. Thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Yep, and now that we're getting into the game, it's going to be actually finding the action here. And I was just thinking about the comps a little bit. I know for sure that Astral as a comp is going to have a much easier time holding these points down. With Kerrigan and Greymane, all of this bruiser damage, it's going to be very hard for Tuark to get in there. However, let's talk about these teams. I'm going to let you start with the introductions here as I get these teams fixed as they swap sides.
Yeah, they swap sides on us. In the blue team on our left side of Sky Temple, it is Saiku playing Li Ming, Elheim on Uther, Legend playing the Tracer, LZ Gamer on Arthas, and Astaroth on Johanna.
All right.
And do you need me to introduce the red team?
No, I got it. On the right side in the red
Right,
trunks, we're going to have Astral Authority, Talking Trees on Greymane, Equinox on Kerrigan, Battery on ETC, Frozen X on Lunara, and Dark Chimera on Brightwing.
As we already have the action starting out in the middle here, just a little poke here. And I want to really quickly point out this level 1 talent from Lunara. It is something we do not see very often, Cruel Spores.
Yeah, good eye on that.
The minion talent here, where if the Crippling Spores only hits the minions, its cooldown is reduced by 80% and 20 mana is restored. So going for a bit of wave clear with Lunara.
I'm a little surprised to see that talent picked up, but the thing is, Lunara's level 1 talents are actually pretty unimpactful, I would say. I mean, you have the option to reveal enemies during Nature's Toxin, or you can get a very slight range increase, radius increase on the Blossom. But, you know, so I think, like, if you're planning on split pushing more as a Lunara, that talent totally makes sense. And it's a totally viable option there. So look at this already. We see the ETC Kerrigan are going to be the roam squad here looking for kills. And they're pretty much waiting to see between mid and bottom who pushes out first.
Yeah, they're going to rotate bottom. They might try to pick up LZ Gamer here. He is going to get a little bit slowed here. There comes the ETC stun. The combo from Kerrigan is going to be able to finish him off.
Yeah, a nice first blood there. And as soon as I saw Arthas there in lane a little bit too far forward, he just has no mobility or dash or anything to get out of. And against 3 different characters with crowd control, you're going to go down there. So now with the shrine spawning, it's unfortunate that Arthas had to fall right that second beforehand. That's going to mean Astral Authority gets level 4 quickly and before 2-Arc. But 2-Arc is doing a good job here of at least rotating around it instead of trying to directly confront Astral on this middle temple. You see 2-Arc starting to trade shots from top, which is a smart decision here that I like. Level 4 talents now being picked up for Astral Authority. They're going to go ahead and get a lot of standard stuff there. It's a combo-based Kerrigan with the Psionic Pulse build. Did you see Legend there on a nice dodge on Equinox's combo? Equinox already taking a lot of damage just from tanking that temple there in mid. We might see Legend here try to be a Legend and get in there and actually finish off Equinox. Maybe not quite yet, but there's definitely going to be a little bit of contention over these last couple shots at top. It looks like Elheim is able to pick those up. Nicely done there, netting his team a full temple, even though they didn't have the advantage there over that first one. Astral certainly had more momentum going into that. Legend, though, almost getting comboed as a Tracer mid-blink. You can see Equinox already showing his prowess on that character. He's not afraid to combo a Tracer.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, taking a look at the builds once again, Brightwing taking Unstable Anomaly on the Brightwing, so that buffs that the Polymorph. There we go. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Puts the damage onto an area around that Polymorph target. So
that's a talent I've seen.
Interesting choice.
I've seen it start to be picked up a little bit more recently, because if you think about it, the level 4 talent that you normally get gives you like a slight increase in damage from the pixie dust or whatever. All right, let's focus on
here by Astral though onto these the siege minions here. And Astral taking a lot of damage is the Johanna, but Brightwing gets killed in the turnaround by 2-Arc. They're gonna get 4.
Oh my goodness, 4-man kills. As soon as I saw that orb about to connect with the Kerrigan there, I was getting my PogChamp ready because holy cow. 3 resets in a row, and all of a sudden this game swings massively into 2-Arc's favor there off of that beautiful Li Ming play. Speaking of Li Ming,
7 and their talents here, but yeah, what were you going to say about Li Ming here?
I was just going to say let's keep an eye on what she opts to do with her build this game. If she goes for a similar seeker-based build, she still hasn't picked up that level 7 though, even though she's about to hit level 8. So that's a little strange. I'm not sure what she's going for. For the Tracer, however, it's going to be Jumper at level 7. So going for an increased charge of Blink And that's one of those tiers that has changed a little bit because they nerfed the main choice with Spatial Echo. But hold that thought. Ooh, Tracer able to recall in the very last nick of time there as Kerrigan was trying to hit that combo on Legend there. Nicely done to avoid that. And look at this. It's going to be Wild Vigor there at level 7 for Lunara. So going for the more single target damage, which I'm a little bit surprised, especially when they're playing against an Uther who heals single targets better. I would have liked to see Splintered Spear there, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a definitely interesting choice. And we're going to see actually Calamity picked up here by the Li Ming. We do have Tuark taking control of this bottom temple. Also trying to poke in here, try to get some damage onto LZ Gamer to get him to back off of this a little bit. But really great job by Tuark here. They're actually going to go in onto Battery here. Is able to slide out though. And we do have this top lane getting pushed out by this Night Camp of Astral. Right when did hang out there for a long time before Zing in here. And now the turnaround onto Astral. Look at that root!
Yeah, where's Li Ming? Li Ming gets one reset. Here she goes. Let's see if she can keep it going. Yes, she can. That was a huge orb to connect onto ETC after Greymane there. Beautifully done. And I thought maybe they were going to able to get 3 or 4 kills out of that. But they needed to make a big play there because these Knights were pushing top and getting so much value. It's good that they were able to do that. And they pick up the fort bottom. So overall, a huge win for Tuark. And look at this instant boss call. Beautiful shot calling here being displayed as they have the level 10 advantage. But that doesn't necessarily mean that just going for boss is the right call. They were able to make that happen knowing that ETC still had to make that rotation from the graveyard after respawning. However, Equinox knows that with the team going to boss, he needs to make something happen opposite side of the map. So he's going to start pushing down onto this mid tower. He's already drained most of the ammo there. Now, the boss finishing up that last outer tower, and it's going to be moving in towards the keep wall. It's probably not going to get anything of the actual keep, but if it's just our Chimera defending this... Oh, look, there's actually a fight breaking out on mid. DJ, I'll let you take it away on the fight.
Yeah, they're going to push down this middle lane, but we're going to see Astral continue to turn around here, and we have all 5 members of Astral. They're going to go on the LZ Gamer. The Divine Shield does come on to the Artifice to enable his escape, so a really great disengagement there by Tuark, but they did use that Divine Shield, and that's an 80-second heroic down for them, as Astral now has every single heroic available to them here. They're going to pick up that Thornwood Vine on the Lunar here. They don't have a really good target to jump back on the back line for, so just continuing to do damage on that front line there.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I can't help but deja vu a little bit thinking about last game and using ultimates just to not lose rather than to make plays. I really want to see Tuark get aggressive here. They've shown that they can actually win team fights. They've shown that they can do this. They just need to have the confidence to call the engages and make it happen, right? So I as soon as D-Shield comes back up in 30 seconds here, I feel like it's going to be in Tuark's interest here at the beginning to start trading temples. But Brightwing, they're going to be on a timer. Since they're not bottom, Brightwing's going to start getting those free shots bottom until Brightwing TP's up. A nice orb to start things off. She's going to get the Triumvirate proc off of that first orb. And now looking to poke in. Lunara already getting down to 50% health. Seikook is making it happen up here.
Yeah, really great job there. And they probably would have gotten a kill or 2 there had LZ Gamer landed that slow there. But we do see Astral setting up in the bushes here. I'm sure Tuark knows that they're there.
Oh, yeah.
But they're continuing to try to figure out an engagement here. And Lunara takes the Pulse Bomb. Lots of damage onto Lunara here. But here comes Astral. The Kerrigan with the heroic here. So much damage going on. ETC does drop that heroic as well. LZ Gamer, though, going to get taken out here. So great engagement by Astral. They get 3 for nothing here. ETC was really low, but he really enabled that fight to happen.
ETC there, I cannot believe he got out alive. And the reason nobody died on the side of Astrals, we saw that split focus, exactly what we were talking about in that pregame analysis, just talking about how they need to be on the same page with who they try to go for. And I feel like that was the biggest problem there. The Emerald win was even kind of a counter synergy there with Mosh Pit as it pushed a lot of people out of the Mosh. So it's not like Astral had the perfect team fight in terms of being on the same page and using their abilities correctly, they just managed to get everybody out with very low health. And 2Ark just not able to secure those kills on a single target. You need to get Li Ming resets. I feel like even if ETC alone falls there and they get another set of resets, one more round of cooldowns would have been enough to snowball that fight into 2Ark's favor.
Yeah, Astral is actually in a huge lead right now. They have all the forts down for 2Ark, and they're continuing to pressure each lane here. Even with that boss that 2Ark was able to grab early on, they're still at a disadvantage in the structures here.
Yeah,
we're gonna have to see how this XP advantage does work out for Astral, as they are up a level right now and the race to 16 is on. We see Legend kind of poking around, seeing what he can see and if he can get someone to bite on him, but does back off. Not going to commit too hard to anything without the rest of his team there. Johanna having to rotate up to clear this top lane, and now 2Ark just isn't going to be able to team fight for a while.
Yeah, and one thing you got to worry about here when looking at the builds is that Lunora now has Spell Shield, and it's going to be very hard for them to actually focus her down. However, Elzine lands the root. They're starting to get damage on the Equinox. Are they going to be able to make something happen there? This is their pre-16 chance, and it looks like that opportunity window is going to be closing on them as they walk away from yet another fight where they have an even advantage, or an even fight here, basically. Yeah. I mean, it's just like what we constantly see from 2Ark throughout the set so far, being afraid to take the fights where they're on even tiers.
Yeah, LZ was all by himself there. I'm a little surprised that Astral didn't decide to jump on him, but probably a wise idea, as Astral was starting to rotate down to the area. We're only going to have one temple activate here for this phase of the shrines, and we'll have to see how they fight over this, as we do see Legend kind of hanging out here, scoping this out, and he's going to get jumped on by Equinox here. No, he actually isn't. I'm a little surprised they didn't decide to go in on him.
Yeah, a little bit of hesitation there, but then again, with Tracer, a lot of times as a team, you don't want to really be blowing cooldowns on Tracer unless you know you can hit it. Instead, you want to just keep punishing her every time she tries to overextend to push in for that damage. Now, what we see Astral here is being a little bit patient to make sure they hit 16 before they call any kind of engage. With this being a single temple shrine, 2Ark now has to back off of this, or they're going to get destroyed in this team fight, I fear. Now Equinox moving in, about to get the shield, hits the combo onto only Uther there. A nice turnaround engage with the two-man mosh is going to be going down. D-Shield gets Arthas out of the mosh. However, it's not going to be enough, as Johanna has already fallen. Now Dark Chimera, Emerald Wind to secure yet another kill and make sure everybody stays alive. Talking Trees gets so low there from the pulse bomb, but no kill secured yet again. Talking Trees is going to just back on out of this fight with 300 HP. Beautifully done there for him to be able to get that extra bit of damage in and disengage from the fight. So now, yeah, they're going to be really snowballing this game with boss on the table as well.
Yeah, and what enabled them to really kind of be patient there was they did have that siege camp pushing in the bottom lane. It did get a little bit of damage on this bottom keep here, enabling a bit more damage from this temple that they're going to be able to grab, and that's going to be that middle keep taking a lot of damage as well. So they have two lanes to really push now and potentially close out this game. They're looking really good right now. It was looking in 2Ark's favor, but are we going to see a boss here? We are not. It looks like Astral just kind of trying to see if they can beat, and they're going to pick off Legend really quickly there.
Good night, Tracer. That's all it takes. Like I was saying, you know, usually you want to be careful spending those big CC cooldowns on Tracer, but if you can know you can hit it. Battery saw the window there to go ahead and hit Tracer, and they followed up with a combo. Nicely done. And look at Tracer's 13, by the way. It's actually Ricochet this game. Interesting choice there. Ricochet giving you a little bit of AoE damage with your auto attacks, and so far it hasn't really been working out too well with this composition. But I've got to say, you know, when I really am honest about it, I can't blame the composition that 2Ark's running. I just feel like Equinox and his shot calling of Astral Authority is just too aggressive, and 2Ark is not really trying to make many plays here as much as they are just trying to stay in the game, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned this in the first game about their lack of aggressiveness onto Astral, and look at this, they're just sitting in base kind of letting Astral just tear down that keep wall on the front side here. They still have all their keeps, but there's not much left for these temples to be shooting as soon as those are done. The core is going to be exposed pretty soon here if they're not careful. And we see Astral rotating now, grabbing this camp once again here on their side of the map. And it's going to be 2 temples, though. So 2Arc's going to be really split up here, I think, unless they just commit to one fully.
Yeah, and so the player to watch here really is Seikuk. I mean, he's going to have to go huge in this team fight and get those resets to make it happen. Seikuk so far on Li Ming has been playing out of his mind and just excellent mechanics, hitting lots of damage in these fights, doing a great job, and it really just falls to him now to get those resets, keep the fight going, and snowball it in their favor. But meanwhile, it looks like Astral Authority has other plans. They're not going to give up a free team fight. They're just going to go ahead and trade temples, try to wait out the level 20 advantage. They know they're going to get a keep, which that just fell from the bottom shots. And, of course, 2Arc not going to be able to get a keep from this top shots. They're only going to get that outer keep wall. So you start to see this in the late game all the time on Sky Temple. And it's once you get all those outer structures down, hold that thought. Dark Chimera up at top, trying to get a TP out of there. He's in a lot of trouble. Maybe this is going to be the start of maybe a comeback for 2Arc there, as they're able to get a 60-second death timer there onto Dark Chimera. Dark Chimera maybe getting a little bit greedy, trying to get that soak for 20 off of top. And
yeah, a little bit greedy there. It does prompt Astral to move back here. Legend does have to move back here and clean up this siege camp that did get picked up by Astral. So otherwise, that would pressure this core here, and that is not good for 2Arc.
Yeah.
And we're going to see them actually rotate invade onto this siege camp, and I like this. There's no support here for Astral, so they're not going to be able to engage on this, and this will give a little bit of pressure for 2Arc into this late game.
Yeah, and it's just going back to what I was saying, where if you in the early game get a lot of structures and get those outer forts down, what ends up happening is that in the later game, when you get these final temples, the shots will trade for a keep for usually a couple towers, and that's exactly what you want. So that's what we're seeing here. Astral Authority has the structure advantage, and getting those shots directly onto the keep, while 2Arc is only able to get their shots onto towers. That's where you start to see those temples really take over the game. Legend, again, getting the pressure here. D-Shield going to go out onto him. Equinox getting Shrink Raid there, but it's off of a disengage. And I think this time I agree with the disengage. You're fighting 19 to 20. Definitely don't want that to happen. They just wanted to save Legend's life, which they were able to do. Very good. But they need to make something happen as soon as they hit level 20. They can't really afford to let this go to another temple phase, or it's going to be... Oh, just as I say that, Tyrant. Oh, no. Yeah.
And really, Astral kind of has the option to either go for these temples or try to push 4 core here. So they're really flexible here. If they don't like the look of this team fight here, or I really like what they're doing, though. They're splitting up. They're just having Brightwing go to the top here, so they're going to get those initial shots.
No.
And they're going to be able to pick off the Johanna here, maybe.
Astaroth, you weren't quite 20 yet. Why would you check that bush? Okay, now they're level 20. They're going to get those Storm Talents finally. Let's see if they're able to make anything happen with it. Where's Li Ming? We need that Li Ming damage to really be ticking through. She's back here on the bottom right-hand side. Keep an eye on her. She gets a reset. Oh no, these orbs, DJ Tyrant. If she gets more resets, they're going to win this fight. They might be able to just go core off of that. They're going to get 3 kills so far. Uther's going to res. That's 5 dead. That's it. They just won the game. Exactly what I was talking about there. Watching Seikuk on the Li Ming, if she gets resets, she can just clean an entire team fight up. And just like that, that's all they needed.
Yeah, it looked really bad for 2Arc at the start of that fight. But like we were saying, they were bunched up there. Astral was bunched up there, and Psycho was able to get those resets. And the Li Ming damage is so good. Holy smokes. 50,000 hero damage from Psycho to push this to a game number 3. We have a series on our hands.
My absolute MVP here is Seikuk. And holy cow, that was so hyped that he was able to actually turn that entire fight around like that. Beautifully, beautifully executed. Crisp, clean, Li Ming play. What we always like to see. And making Wave of Force definitely work as an ultimate this game to play around the mosh pit. Man, all it takes is one team fight sometimes, Tyrant. And finally, we saw 2Arc take the initiative there and make the fight happen. Now, I was a little skeptical at first because they were fighting right before they hit 20, and we saw Astrobroth just get completely destroyed checking that bush, but they were able to turn it around and win that fight. So yeah, like you said, going to a game number 3, guys. This is a hype series. These guys are playing their hearts out because they want that spot to go to PAX. So we got one more game, and that's going to decide who goes up against the winner of Vox Nihili and Imported Support. And the winner of that, of course, is going to decide who actually gets those juicy PAX tickets.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously go to the regionals for Heroes, but you get to hang out at PAX. That is such a great event.
Let me just
for
say,
anyone who's a fan of games.
If you're on one of these teams right now, and you win those tickets, you're just losing your mind, and the rest of the week is going to be just pure euphoria. So, it's one of those things where, of course, they're going to be wanting to win this more than anything and qualify for the LAN. So, yeah, man, let's go ahead and take a quick break. Actually, no, we're going to be getting into this game. I think these guys are ready to go.
Yeah, I think so. I did want to point out Kaeyoh actually took the improved Wave of Force there right at the end. That Storm
Repulsion, yes.
In that huge knockback distance and being able to cast it from far away. Really, really cool here. And yeah, like you were saying, just one team fight can turn this whole thing around, and that's
really
all
you
the
need.
Power of Li Ming. You get to reset her abilities and just continue the intense damage that she is able to rain down on the enemy team. But yeah, if they're getting ready for game number 3, let's just go.
Let's just get right on into it. It's going to be great.
Yeah. That's awesome. I love seeing teams do this. Now the thing is, the losers of this, they get knocked out of this qualifier, but there is one more qualifier on Sunday. You don't want to have to be preparing for that, though. You want to be able to qualify in this one because there's only a couple days till that next qualifier. Really short amount of time to kind of relax, reset yourself, and get ready.
Yeah, exactly.
For the next one.
Yeah, you're totally right about that, and it's just a matter of being able to mentally recharge before your big games. So with that, let's see if we actually have a draft link just yet. I'm going to go ahead and check on that. Equinox has been just shooting me these draft links right away. Yep, looks like we do. And let's see if they've got that started just yet. Looks like they're still getting set up. We're still getting the invites out. Both of these teams still have to have a lot of morale right now because if you're thinking about it from Astral Authority's perspective, they were winning this game handedly all throughout. And it felt like a situation where they were pretty much going to run away with the series, but then it's just the very last second. Tuark's got to be super hyped after making it happen. They have been able to win a lot of team fights, especially in both of these games, the early game especially. They've been doing a fantastic job winning those trades, winning those engagements. It just seems to fall off in the mid game when they have those really crucial team fights where they have to pick their engages. That's where they really struggle.
Yeah, and I'm starting to wonder, do you think Astral might be considering a Li Ming ban here because of how much that the Wizard was able to get done there that last game? I mean, that was just incredible play by Kaeyoh, and
Talrasha would be proud.
Yeah, Talrasha would be. And we do have our third battleground. It is going to be Cursed Hollow, which opens up some opportunities for some of the lesser pick specialists here. We were talking about it a little bit yesterday. We were a little bummed that we didn't see the Lost Vikings, but I don't think we'll see it here. But it is an option for this battleground, as well as Abathur. Very, very strong on this battleground.
Yep, never say never, Tyrant. You don't know what's going to happen. So I always expect all the greatest coming out of Astral Authority, especially when it's Equinox. He's one of those wild card players who will bust out a lot of weird stuff. Like back when Tracer wasn't really considered a pick that you could take, Equinox was one of those players who would just constantly run it, and you're like, oh, I guess he's just going for it. And so who knows what Equinox is going to be playing? Maybe even Butcher. Could always see him on Butcher again. As he would always say, Big Butch Baby. That was his tagline whenever he played Butcher. So see if we get any of that action. However, we're just hanging out, waiting for them to start the draft. I'm sure all of the lore nerds in the chat are upset at me for my reference of Talrasha. I have no idea if that was correct, but nonetheless, it's been a good time so far.
Could you send me the draft?
Sure.
Cool, because I ain't getting into the lobby in time to see it.
Know that feel.
Those feels. But yeah, this should be a really great game. The first two games were obviously very close, so I imagine this will be very similar to our first two games.
Oh
And
yeah.
we should be getting a draft very soon here. Astral is ready. We need two arc to ready up, and then we will be good to go.
Yep, starting here any second. Can we check on what's been going on the other side of the bracket, maybe to give the folks here a little bit of an update? So we do have over 600 people hanging out watching
wow,
this.
cool. Thank you guys. Yeah, I'm going to load up the bracket here. In the bottom side of the bracket, we do have our qualification match now decided. It's going to be team name change up against dumpster tier failures, which is I think what pretty much everyone expected. Both those teams in one form or another were at the first regional, so one of them will make a return trip here.
Yep, that's true. And we have the draft starting now. So let's take a look at what's going on here. I'm going to switch it on over to the draft screen for you guys to see. Looks like Tuark is going to lead off with a Greymane ban, followed by the Tracer ban from Astral. So again, going back to that, what worked for them first game. Now, maybe part of the reason is that Tracer does very well in Cursed Hollow because of the fact that she can chase so far on this map. It's very hard to get back to your fort on this map. And wow, the 2-arc pick of Kerrigan. That's a little bizarre. It's almost like, 2-arc trying to be like, hey, we can play what you play. Just give us the Kerrigan. We can make it work.
Yeah, they're like, we can play Kerrigan as well, so we'll have to see how successful they are with this pick here. Obviously very strong in this current meta, and oh no, here we go. We're going to see Equinox playing the Illidan with an ETC follow-up here. So this is going to be a crazy game, I can already tell.
Raise your Equinox's boys. He's on his main carry. Just by seeing Equinox is going to be on Illidan, like, I'm already thinking Astral is going to have the upper hand in this game. This map is great for Illidan because there's so much room for him to chase. The same thing I was just talking about with Tracer applies to Illidan. And ETC just being another threat to go in and have to be something that people have to save stuns for, where of course you want to stun Illidan, right? And it hurts when you have to save those stuns to cancel Omosh. DJ Tyrant, I'm going to let you talk about the next pick. I'm going to go grab a quick drink of water. My voice is getting a little bit raspy as I was streaming earlier as well. So
yeah, for sure. A long day.
1 second.
But yeah, we'll be going into the next couple picks here. Tuark's actually taking quite a bit of time into their time pool, and we'll have to see what they decide to pick up. They could pick up their warrior or their support here, or continue down the path of their damage dealers here. I imagine they might want to prioritize their support here, or actually pick up a false head. False head is still available, which is pretty surprising. False head getting a lot of play in these games lately, and we're going to see Tyrael prioritized here. Tyrael not going to be able to be teamed up with the Greymane because of the ban, but they're going to pick up Leeming as well. So tons of damage here coming from Tuark. Astral now going to be with their second ban. We'll have to see what they lock in. They could go after the support tier, as neither team has picked up their supports yet, so we'll have to see what the second ban is. It is going to be the Uther, not going to have the double the double shielding there between the Sanctification and Divine Shield, but we'll have to see. Tuark now with the second ban.
All right, so I am back now. Apologize for that, guys. Having to step away for a second, but wow. So Tyrael being paired with the Kerrigan. That's good to see. Of course, that's going to enable Kerrigan to be in there a lot deeper. I feel like now they have to draft more around just clumping up around the Tyrael and fighting with Tyrael rather than trying to kite the Illidan, right? Because they could just kind of all group up, jump on top of the Illidan, and make it happen right then and there rather than having to kite around. With Tyrael being able to just throw down that Sanct on the point.
Yeah, they really need to get something that's going to be really able to gather around and grab
maybe another tank like an Arthas or something.
Yeah, in Double Warrior is something we've seen a lot kind of in this meta, really pioneered, I think more by EU than NA, but we'll have to see how NA does respond here. And we did see that Abathur ban from Tuark, so respecting that push potential, and obviously the hat on Illidan, you don't want to play into that.
Oh yeah, that is a terrifying combo. So if you're Astral right here, I feel like you just want to get some kind of character that can keep up with Illidan etc. I like the Falstad there. I feel like that's going to allow them to get the engages that they want to get. Maybe with some aggressive Gust to try and keep people where they want them, or just looking to isolate backline there when Kerrigan jumps in, trying to Gust out the backline before maybe Tyrael can take Aldrin's into the fight. So that's a very well-rounded comp, though, on this map. If you're Astral Authority, you've got the jungler in the form of Illidan. You've got Falstad, who has global rotations, as well as an ultimate that can peel and engage, do all these great things for you on this map, steal bosses, but let's not forget, Tuark also has Tyrael that can steal bosses. For some reason, oh my goodness!
Okay, that was not
zero
what
time
I was
pool.
expecting.
There's 0 on the time pool. I just want to confirm that is actually...
Okay. No, I just checked the lobby, and Psycho says that was bugged.
Oh,
so
that's no good.
We'll have to figure out what the ruling is here on that.
For a second there, I was like, this could work. And then I was like, no, it can't.
Yeah, I mean, we only see Azmodan on very specific battlegrounds, and Curse Hollow is not one of them. So probably get a redraft here in just a moment. We'll have to see what the ruling is. I'm not sure what we're gonna do here.
Yeah, this is a weird situation. I mean, like, usually the rules are if you hit the end of your time pool, you hit the end of your time pool. But I mean, nonetheless, you know, it is using a different draft tool than we usually use, so it definitely could have been a bug or something. And I'm fine with, you know, just seeing a redraft.
Yeah, because you don't want to lose on a game where you drafted the wrong hero here. So
yeah, exactly.
Let's see. Okay. Yeah.
Did we get a new link yet?
I'm waiting for word from them about what's going to be happening. Let me ask them real quick.
No problemo at all. See what they decide to do here. Oh, they finished the draft? Did they just say in chat what they wanted to pick? Brightwing Lily, it looks like. Trying to understand through the chat what's going on here.
Brightwing Arthas or Lily is Asmo. Okay.
Oh, so it's Lily Brightwing is their last picks. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's actually brilliant, because if you think about it, they're gonna have a lot of ways to control the Illidan when he goes in. Between Lily's blinds plus the Brightwing polymorphs, Illidan's going to be shut down a majority of the time. So I'm okay with this, to be honest.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting here. We did see Lily actually used to pretty good effect by Murloc Geniuses in the first regional.
Yeah.
The other thing I was thinking about with Falstad is you can actually use that Gust while the Sanctification is up, as long as not everyone gets hit by the shield. But
yeah, then it would look a little silly. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll isolate the members that are not shielded, which will most likely be like that Leeming and Brightwing probably, and then you're able to really just control the fight from there. Have a 3v5 instead of the 5v5. That's another potential from the Gust.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like, I could see, you know, Li Ming obviously can't really stand up in the front. If she's in the back and they get that Gust while the Sanct is down, they'll be able to split everybody, no problem.
They switch sides on you again.
All right. Well, you know what that means.
Yeah, we're going to have on the left side in the blue trunks, Astral Authority. We have Illidan on his signature, or Equinox on his signature Illidan, Frozen X on the Falstad battery, playing ETC, Dark Chimera on Rhaegar, and Talking Trees on the Tassadar.
All right, awesome. And then on the right-hand side, it's going to be Tuark. And this game, it's going to be Seikook playing Kerrigan, LZ Gamer playing Lily, Legend playing Li Ming, Astabroth playing Tyrael, and Elheim on Brightwing. So we'll see how this duo support comp works out for them. I feel like they do have the tools to neutralize an Illidan, but is the rest of their team going to falter while they're neutralizing that Illidan? That's really the question here. I mean, Tassadar Rhaegar. So many tools to buff and sustain this Illidan throughout a team fight. I'm definitely worried about it. I feel like I've got to give it to Astral. I think Astral's going to be able to take this if I'm just looking at the comps here based on what Equinox is known for. Oh, that combo wasn't able to connect. I feel like that was really crucial for that tri-lane to get a kill on the Equinox there. They had such a nice setup getting into that far lane bush to try and look for that gank, and then they weren't able to make it. Oh, no! Equinox, you need to be a little careful, my friend. Pushing out past the towers there. Almost gets snagged up in another combo, Tyrant.
Yeah, the combos do miss, but the tri-lane is being a little bit more successful for Astral on the top lane here, as they do get the 2 towers and the wall here, and they're going to be pressuring this fort really early on in this match. They're actually going to be able to get the well here, so that makes it really difficult for 2Arc if the tribute does spawn on this top side, or when the tribute does spawn on the top side of this map. They're not going to be able to fall to that top well there.
Yeah, I cannot believe that an Illidan is completely out defending a Lily up here, and Lily, of course, just is able to use the blinds to do a better job of stopping all the damage. But
to 2Arc's credit, though, they were able to take out the well in the bottom lane. So
now they're getting that pressure on. Trade. Equinox does get hit with the combo. Boom! There's the Arcane Orb to finish the kill. Nicely done there. Legend showing he can keep right up with Seikuk as the Li Ming player. Now, he's going to be backing to get full mana, as we have about 20 seconds or so before this next tribute is going to spawn. The first tribute of the game, actually. And we see Seikuk going ahead and taking these giants. Now, if these giants are uncontested, of course, it's going to get that keep. I mean, fort bottom, no problem. If it gets a keep, that's going to be one long tribute fight. But
yeah, that would be a very, very long tribute. And now we're going to see, actually, Falstad is going to be able to take out this top fort. Yes. So first fort is going to go in favor of Astral, and they're going to be picking up the knights here in the middle of the map before this tribute does spawn. It does look like they might be just giving this up. Okay, they are going to rotate at least a couple members here to poke on this first tribute. But Task is going to be lagging behind the rest of the team. Really long rotation for him. So they're going to fight 3v4 right now. It's a little concerning for Astral.
Yeah, and Equinox here has to be really careful here, show some fancy footwork, and make sure he doesn't get caught in that Kerrigan combo. And Seikuk, though, they don't have a tower to retreat back to, so they do need to take this fight. It's going to be hard. They don't have a well to tap or anything, so they're pretty much all in, committed to this. Look at Legend, though, caught way out away from his team. Legend, where were you? Now Legend is going to get taken down here to start things off, and already we're seeing 2Arc in a lot of trouble as the chase continues. Are they going to be able to snag more kills? No. ETC, who's the main CC, has peeled off, but LZ Gamer
get taken out. Ooh. Like you were saying with that Illidan, he's able to just continue pursuing enemies down these lanes just so far here. He's even just going to aggressively take the towers in this middle lane as well, while they pick up that first tribute. Falstad is going to fly down, defend this bottom lane against the siege minions that did take out that fort.
You cannot fight this Illidan ETC comp by continually backpedaling. You just aren't going to win any of those trades by doing that. They have to take the fight to them. Wow,
look at how
starting.
Yeah. They're going to start on this boss here, and probably going to be able to get this uncontested. It looks like Astral is just picking up their night camp here, and Astaroth is busy just defending top, cleaning out this lane. And as soon, oh wait, Legend does sniff this out though. You do have Alhaid actually rotate down as well. They're going to be able to push off Astral, I think, from this.
Oh my gosh, Astral should have just finished that boss when they had it there. But no, they're going to get the kill on Elheim, now turn around to the boss. You know what? I got to say, they had the right idea, and it worked out very well. But here's Seikuk looking for the combo is already down, and nothing out of it. Now Legend is going to get picked off, and the chase is going to continue. This could be massive swing. It's not going to be a curse. However, that boss is already pushing into the bottom fort. They're going to get 3 kills out of this already. And the situation is just quickly becoming very hopeless for 2Arc here, as just so many things are going wrong, and they can't seem to deal with Equinox's chase potential. That was a beautiful shot call, too, to instantly go for that boss.
Yeah, it's quickly unraveling for Tuark. They're going to lose this fort here and really start losing the structure advantage or evenness that it was at. And this boss is still at 60% health, so he's going to walk down here. He's going to get taken out pretty quickly as it is a very, very early boss. But this lane pressure in this bottom lane, they're going to be threatening to go on to this keep pretty soon here, and now they're going to be able, oh, they're actually going to go, are they going to go for this boss here? I think they are, as Tuark is a little busy defending, but Tuark's got to know that this is happening, is rotating in as well.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Tuark right now, though, it's just like, well, what can we really do about it? I mean, they're going to have...
Well, they can't, because the heroics are available now for Astral.
Yeah, just like 5 people are there. They have their heroics. We can't go fight that. And that means another boss, yet again, same position where Tuark's just going to be stuck in their base defending all of these. Ooh, look at this. Equinox calling for his team to set up here and punish the early damage onto the boss. Astrobroth, though, it's smart to have him go out first rather than one of the damages, as they're able to see what's going on there. Falstad, though, can just safely take this tribute and then fly up and join his team. So it looks like Astral opting to push with this as they're about to curse their opponents here. This is going to be a huge push. This keep might even be in a lot of danger here now that all of these towers and ammunitions are disabled.
And the heroics are still not available for Tuark, so they're in quite a bit of trouble here. This keep is long gone now, as all the damage is being put onto it. And here comes the boss as well. And I love what Frozen X is doing. He's opting not to join the rest of the team here and just continue pressuring in this mid lane. They're going to get another fort out of this. That's going to be all the forts in the one keep down on the side of Tuark, and Astral with a just absolute monster lead right now.
Yeah, that was really smart, because Frozen knew that they weren't going to get anything more than the keep out of top lane. It's not like they can really just go core yet. That boss just doesn't have enough health. So beautiful shot calling and decision making there. Frozen X just taking everything. They're literally maximizing their value from this curse. And this just puts Tuark's bases completely in shambles after this. With 10 more seconds left on the curse, everything has just been dismantled on the side of Tuark. And they're going to have to... They're just going to have to do some crazy stuff to come back into this game. And I feel like it starts with some pickoffs.
Yeah, Astral is going to be able to back off here, get their Siege and their Bruiser uncontested. And Tuark, they have to just lick their wounds and try to get some sort of pickoff here. Maybe they can grab one during one of these tributes here that spawn, but I don't know. It's looking really, really difficult for Tuark. And now the option is available if Astral wants to. It looks like they actually are just going to go for it. Oh, they notice Elheim is completely out of position here. Here comes the Gus here, but that's not going to be enough.
Yeah, the Emerald Wind's actually pushing. Battery was positioning himself very intelligently there so that Emerald Wind would push him just where he wanted to be, cutting off the rotation for Brightwing to get back into the base. So beautifully done there by Battery to know exactly where to stand to counter that Emerald Wind. And this double support comp is just looking so weak compared to all of the chase potential and enabling for Illidan that they have on the side of Astral. And I just feel like they're just outclassing them in terms of just knowing exactly what they can take. Here's another chance. Yeah, look, Equinox gets hit by the combo, but his health bar doesn't move. That's the sign of a big stat advantage.
Yeah, and the Taskbar is really enabling Equinox to just freely go in without any fear of getting blown up, and it's just enabling them to have this huge advantage here. They're level 14 to level 12, so they're up a talent here right now. They're going to be able to quickly get to level 16, it looks like, as well, as they grab their Bruisers and their Siege Camp. So just every single lane is pushed out so far onto the side of Tuark. They could even ignore this tribute if they wanted to and try to pressure, at least feign pressure on the core.
Yeah, instead it looks like they're just going to go for the boss, do the same play they've been doing this whole time. But I feel like now this time it's actually going to be a great opportunity for Tuark, as the 13 tier has just come in for them. So they're on even talents right now, and Falstad isn't there. Brightwing, however, hasn't TP'd yet either. He's going to be coming in, though, shortly with a face shield, hopefully for Kerrigan. They want to have any chance of winning this fight. A nice Sanctification paired along with the Maelstrom for them to actually get in and do this fight. Dark Chimera being the chase target there, but Astrobroth is in a huge amount of trouble on his own side. The Gust comes out. I think Boobies is going to be able to take down Dark Chimeras here. Sorry about the saying his name there. It's very confusing. But Elheim going to go ahead and use Emerald Wind there to try and disengage. The situation is so dire. This could potentially be the end of the series here as Equinox is just chasing down every member. And it looks like Kerrigan having
Dark Chimera was able to survive that.
Unbelievable.
Surprisingly enough. So this is a full 5-man team here by Astral. And they could just ignore the keep here and go for core, but it looks like they are going to back up a little bit and get some more structure. They're going on the Kerrigan, using the mosh pit there to secure another kill. They're 5 versus 1 right now. It's only Chariot to defend here, and that's just not going to be enough. And the absolute best dual target hero beyond the court is on the court right now, being played by Equinox. That is going to secure, I think, the victory into the qualification match for Astral Authority with a very commanding victory here on first call.
That was crazy. That looked like a match. Oh, look at that Falstad victory shot there, mid-flight. Very nicely done by Frozen to get that timing right. And so finishing with style there is Astral Authority, who made it look like they were just playing a lower-level amateur team in that last game. You don't give Equinox Illidan on that map. Come on. That is so scary.
Tassadar as well. I mean, geez, that was scary.
Yeah, Legend, though, did a pretty good job there. Put out a lot of damage on Li Ming. And they actually looked pretty good in that last team fight over the boss at the bottom left. Between the Sanctification and Maelstrom going out at the same time, Frozen X was getting chased down there, and Dark Chimera was getting chased down by the Kerrigan. I didn't actually see the end of that, but I guess Dark Chimera was able to actually get away and juke the Kerrigan. So nobody went down in that fight, despite it being a pretty good attempt. Illidan just proving to be a little bit too strong in the hands of Equinox, especially on the Cursed Hollow.
Yeah, and the only death on the side of Astral was Equinox, that really early death to the tri-lane there. But yeah, Astral
He tricked me with that name, man. Seikuk, just stop with the name, man.
I know.
That name is so troll, and I got trolled really hard. That game
Yeah, someone informed me what it was, and then I was like, wow,
Well, a lot of times
sad that I didn't realize.
we call them that in the competitive scene, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, like when we're playing games with them on like Cure League and stuff, we'll call them that. But trying to keep things, nice and professional here. Anyways, we're gonna keep calling him Seikuk for now, but that was pretty funny. And a great set there, so congratulations to Astral Authority. Moving on to face, let's see if we found out who they actually are going to face. Take a quick look-see at the bracket here.
Doesn't look like it's updated yet, so that might still be underway. Actually, let me go ahead and take a look, see what is going on there, as we do have a couple other streams going on, covering all the other portions of the bracket as well.
Of course. Lots of action going on all at the same time. And thank you guys for choosing us as your choice of games to watch here. Really appreciate you guys, and having you as an audience is always a pleasure. So thank you guys for tuning in and watching us thus far. Still got some more great games to come. The most hype set of the night is upon us, DJ Tyrant. So get your hypers ready, guys.
Get your Kappas ready too. I mean, I'm checking out in Veram's stream here, but they're just talking, so I have no idea where they are on this series between Vox and Hilly and imported support. I am looking at the caster chat here in Discord, and it looks like we might be waiting a little bit here for that part of the bracket to finish, but we'll have to see exactly what is going to be the cause here. But yeah, this is going to be a really exciting series coming up. It's going to be Astral versus either Vox and Hilly or imported support. I think we're expecting Vox to get out of that series there and fight to return to the North American championship here.
Yeah, I know Tiger very well, and I know that he wants another shot at doing that. So, of course, he's going to come full force, fighting his heart out for that spot, and that's going to be a great set as well. And with that, guys, I think we're going to take a little bit of a break, let the bracket catch up here, and when we're ready to start our game, we're going to come back and join you guys again. So thank you very much again for tuning in thus far, and we'll be back with the the finals respectively of the night for us. So thanks again, guys. See you in a little bit.
changes.
Life. Life.
I was fine when you held my hand. I was fine when you pulled me down. You said the stars would answer. You said our prayers were written down. I was fine when you pulled me in. We were forced to be human, and then the world came after, and I had never questioned it. And they said it was wrong. We started it all.
All right, guys, welcome back. We are here yet again. And DJ Tyrant, are you there? You're unmuted.
I am unmuted.
All right.
I'm really excited to see this semifinal, but it's our final game because the top two
It might as well be the
qualify here.
finals, man.
Yeah, it's the finals. We'll call it the finals.
Yes.
It's going to be Vox and Hilly versus Astro Authority, and this should be a really, really good series. I mean, that last series was really good. So
yeah, they had an extremely
continuing.
close series on their side of the bracket as well. Right down to the wire there. Vox and Hilly taking it, though, clinching the series. And so now we get to see the Battle of the Titans for this tournament. It's going to be good stuff. Let's see if Equinox can carry some more games, maybe on Illidan again. It'd be cool to see, just saying. So that was a nice little break, though, for us. I get to get a little snack. And now I'm just, I'm ready. I'm ready to go cast another 7 sets.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm ready for a whole day. So,
If Cursed Hollow comes up again, though, like you were saying, the Illidan was so good for Astral in that last game. We could see it again, but maybe
if you're
Vox
Astral right now,
takes
you've
it
got to
out.
be like,
Oh.
okay, we've got our clutch pick. Hopefully, Vox probably wasn't watching that set because they were playing their own. But
They're too busy.
Everybody knows that Equinox is a god on Illidan, that, Cursed Hollow is Illidan's best map probably, or at least one of them. So it's one of those things where you know that Illidan's going to get a lot of value on that map regardless. And I'm sure it's something that Vox is not going to let slide right through the draft. McIntyre knows better. So, all right, let's start looking to see what kind of setup we have going on here. If we have a draft link, if we have a lobby, we're going to try to get this going as soon as possible for you guys.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if the other casters are in the lobby or anything. I don't see anyone yet, but
Okay.
should be getting underway soon, I imagine.
No problemo.
I wonder if Fox might be wanting to take a little bit of a break, but we'll see. I know Astral's probably ready to jump into this and get back into some action, as they had a little bit of a break there. Do you think them being able to watch that last game between Vox and Import Sport gives them any sort of advantage?
It always feels like an advantage when you get to watch your opponents play right before your set. I think you bring up a great point there. And I'm sure Astral was taking a lot of notes on all of their mistakes and all of the weak links and everything that they saw from those games. And it's definitely a nice feeling when you just feel like you got to study your opponent's play. The downside, however, and the reverse of that is for Vox, they're going to be warmed up. They just played extremely tight, tough opponents, and they're going to be 100% ready to go, where Astral has kind of been, their hands might be getting a little cold. I mean, it's been 20, 30 minutes. So, with that break, sometimes it can be beneficial, but it can also have its downsides as well. So we'll see how that ended up affecting them. And let me just see if I've got any of these guys contacted here to jump into a game. Let's see.
Yeah, we're going to look into that. Thank you for sticking with us. I know that was a long break, but we're excited to be bringing you the final series of the night for the second qualifier that teams will qualify to PAX for. This is night 2 of a kind of 2 split night qualifier. If you didn't catch us last night, we got to see Astral play as well as... Who is the other team? I should know. Miasma Esports. They looked pretty good as well. But they'll have another shot at it Sunday in the third qualifier. 10 a.m. Pacific, so a little bit more of a early time for the players and viewers to watch. This middle of the week stuff, it can be hard on the players sometimes, but
at least you don't have to get up early.
Yeah, you don't have to get up early. It had to be done because of how condensed the schedule is. And it was just amazing because we came back from the regional down in Burbank, and a week later we're immediately back at work doing the qualifiers here. So
there's
lots of heroes action.
Rest.
No,
the heroes action continues.
No rest in esports.
True.
But yeah, there's also the EU regional going on. So I mean, you could get up and be watching Heroes esports all day.
You can get solid 8 hours of esports in a day just from the Heroes matches that are going on right now. Definitely true. It's kind of tough to keep track of all of the EU matches. And as I've been trying to do that and balance, streaming and other stuff, but I really wanted to make, YouTube videos and stuff talking about specific topics from with the games going on over at Gamescom. And yeah, it's just a lot. It is a lot of games to review. So, but I love doing it. I love watching, games. First thing, I get up in the morning, get a cup of coffee, sit down, you watch some games. Watching pro level games and drinking coffee is like the most inspirational thing in the world to me. It just makes me want to grind instantly, just jump in and grind Hero League right after. I love that feeling. So
yeah, I know.
I was talking
to Dread after that first qualifier, or not qualifier, the regional in Burbank, and we were all kind of like, yeah, watching all these great games. All you want to do is go and play some more heroes.
Yeah.
So it's definitely inspiring, and I think one of the heroes that has inspired people has been the Medivh in the EU region.
That's right.
You caught, but I haven't been able to catch too much of the EU, but I have heard rumblings of some Medivh coming into the meta.
Yeah, there's been some good Medivh action, and of course it's being paired really well with all of the double tank type stuff that we have going on. And just seeing those tanks being able to dip and dive into the team fights and get right back out is pretty cool. And honestly, like, Medivh does so much damage for a pseudo support. I feel like that's where he gets underestimated. And once you get that Master's Touch stacked up, you can do so much consistent DPS as well as have that Polybomb. Is such a great tool to counter engage.
It really is, and it's something to look out for. It could potentially be a sneaky pick here for one of these teams, but I don't know. It's hard to really gauge if either of these teams will come out with a draft like that. That's very unknown.
Yeah.
Because of how much is riding on the line here.
Yeah, exactly. There is a lot on the line. I mean, knowing that you're going to be deciding whether you're going to go to PAX or not, and basically take the last chance to have a chance at BlizzCon, And I mean, all you have after this is Sunday, and then that's completely locked out. So it's coming right down to the wire here, and of course everybody's going to be playing their absolute A game and looking to take this. And it looks like I still don't see any lobbies up or anything just yet.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the bottom of what exactly is happening. There was something said in Discord about small delay, maybe?
Okay.
So I'm trying to get to the bottom of that and figure out where exactly we are.
I did actually hear that Tuark was a little bit concerned that their Brightwing at the end of that last set had actually bugged out. When they were playing Brightwing, remember they were doing that fight over bottom where they had forced the 4 vs 5 onto Astral Authority, and they didn't have Brightwing. Brightwing was selling base, and Brightwing tried to TP, but apparently the TP just didn't go off. It just got like canceled, and I thought it was weird.
That was something I was noticing. Yeah.
That Brightwing didn't come to the fight, and we were both like, "Wait, why wouldn't she come to the fight?" And Seikuk just was telling me in whispers that apparently they're talking to the admins about it. But they feel like the Brightwing bug really messed them up there at the end of that game. So kind of interesting development there. Of course, those things do happen. We'll have to find out, though, if there's any ruling on that eventually.
Okay, I did get a small update in the Discord chat that it should be resolved shortly. So
for that particular case?
I believe so.
Okay.
Let me double check that that's what they're discussing.
So what have you thought about the new StarCraft maps?
The new StarCraft maps look amazing.
Yeah.
I'm a huge StarCraft fan, so obviously I'm going to be very
weren't you like big in
excited.
StarCraft?
I played a little bit, and I covered a lot of the esports scene for various fan sites. But yeah, StarCraft is definitely my jam. The first game that really got me into competitive gaming and esports.
That's cool.
So seeing that translate into Heroes is really awesome, and that Kerrigan skin is so good.
Oh my gosh, the Tron Kerrigan, yeah. It's beautiful. Or Ghost Kerrigan. I don't even know, man. And did you see the Ultralisk with that skin? It's all blue and armor plated and silver and
yeah, everyone's just gonna
must have.
Everyone's gonna use Ultralisk now because of that.
Yeah, even though it's like considerably the worst choice of an ultimate, you got to do it. I mean, it's just stylistically, you got to win the game.
Yeah,
with the beautiful skin. But Yeah, I've seen just from the clips that have been popping up from the various streamers and personalities that are there at Gamescom, just seeing like people running the new Zarya gravity bomb plus the nukes from Warhead Junction and like instantly killing a group of players is so satisfying. That looks like it's going to be great.
Yeah, and one thing that the Heroes team does really well is translates these heroes from Overwatch into Heroes of the Storm, and they feel almost exactly like they do in Overwatch, which is really incredible. And we did talk a little bit this last night about the Vala rework. One of the Blizzard devs actually went onto Reddit and hinted at another hero is going to be getting a rework as well. So
I didn't hear this. What hero did they hint
they
at?
They didn't say what. They they really were vague about it. They're like, oh well, another hero is going to be getting touched
Sergeant
as well.
Hammer,
So
baby.
we can all speculate Sergeant Hammer would be a good one. I'd like to see Malfurion touched upon.
Mouth. He plays supports.
I know. No one likes playing support. But yeah, let's see what it say. There's even another big talent update coming for a hero that didn't make the Gamescom build, smiley face. That's it.
Ooh, dude, it's got to be Hammer.
Probably. I wouldn't be surprised.
All right, Hammer's the one character in the game who feels like he should be sorry. I don't want to, get the wrong pronoun there, but I feel like she should be seeing some play and have a place in the game, but she really doesn't. Right? She sees less play than Gazlo. So, I don't know.
Yeah, it's rough. Rough for the poor Siege tank there.
Yeah, so I guess we're just waiting on this dispute between 2Arc and Astral Authority over the bug that I was just explaining, where Brightwing apparently couldn't quite get that TP to go through, and they feel like they really would have won that fight there at bottom if they had it. So I think that's what's at the heart of the delay, and they're trying to get it figured out right now, probably taking a look at the VODs, trying to see what actually happened. So we should have an answer on that very soon. And
yeah, I'm waiting for the response from our admin here. They are talking about it a little bit in the Discord chat, but yeah, nothing more right now. So we're just patiently waiting here to get a ruling there. And as soon as that's done, I'm sure we'll get underway with this series.
Who are you more excited to play, Alaric or Zarya?
Man, that's a tough one.
I feel like Zarya fits your build more, right? Like she has the shields, and you're all about the supports. So
yeah, probably more her. I mean, I'll want to play Alaric more, but
yeah, she's almost going to be like a pseudo support tank, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it almost feels like you might be able to get away with solo Tassadar with her.
Yeah.
I feel like because it's just so many shields for a long time.
Agreed. Yeah, I think I really want to get my hands on Alaric just to see how he's actually going to work and just play with those level 20s. The level 20s are just beautiful. Did you see the cheat death one?
Yeah, that's
last laugh or whatever.
Insane.
What?
Yeah,
so
and also
strange.
The other one was he could take the second heroic as well, I think.
Yeah,
which is crazy because it was funny. I was talking on my podcast about there was a Reddit thread like theorizing about what if at level 20 you could just take your other heroic instead, who would be like really OP or whatever. So that was a lot of fun to speculate on. And then the Alaric comes out, they're like, hey, you can take your second heroic at level 20.
I like when Blizzard puts in these like really crazy level 20s and like weird abilities like Last Laugh, because it's gonna, there's gonna be some tournament down the line where it's gonna be the one tournament that somebody takes Last Laugh on Alaric, level 20 on Towers of Doom, to teleport up to the top and like cap the last shrine. Some crazy stuff like that where the niche talent's gonna happen in a tournament. It's gonna, the crowd goes wild, like insane play. So I like those. I'm all for that kind of weird, wacky level 20 stuff, because nobody gets to ever experiment with level 20s because it's so rare that games actually go the distance. So it's kind of fun. Things get funky sometimes when you bring in all these weird level 20 options, like on Reynad, where you can take like a card to play the heroic cooldown reduction. Mm-hmm. It's such a weird talent, but it's so fun to play with once in a while.
Yeah, and games generally don't go long enough where those Storm talents become really impactful. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It'll be something fun to play with, I'm sure, and hopefully we'll have an update on this ruling shortly. We're still still waiting on that. I'm keeping an eye on this Discord here. As soon as we hear anything, we'll let you guys know.
Yeah, so I'm seeing that dumpster tier failure qualified. Did they? That's awesome.
That is pretty awesome for them. That is, who was on that team again? It's Icona, Faye, Cladius, Prismaticism, and Stray. So, congratulations to them for heading to Seattle, beating out TNC.
Definitely a team that I expected to win.
Hmm.
You know, they're a great squad and definitely like the top seed to move forward here. So, congrats though to them. Icona seems to make it to every single LAN. You can always expect
Yeah.
that guy to be there.
He's always there.
Well, he deserves it, man, because he's a hardworking player. That's for sure.
Even if it tilts casters that he's that doesn't take his talents
Yeah,
until the
yeah.
last possible second. I've heard that he just does that now just to irritate people.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. It's just become his own little meme, micro meme.
Mini meme.
Yes, meme. Icon and his mini memes. All right.
Oh, but
So I think we might actually just take this to another quick break, honestly, just because I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on, but we're going to be like completely on standby here. So as soon as they're ready and have a resolution here, we're going to go right back into the set. All right, guys. So we'll talk to you in a few minutes here. We're going to let these admins come to a decision here, wrap things up, and we'll be right back to cast some games for you. Thanks for staying tuned. All right, guys, we have returned yet again, and we're ready to now cast the semifinals, which will, of course, decide who's going to get that juicy PAX ticket. How are you feeling, DJ Tyrant? You ready to do this?
I'm excited. It was a little bit of a delay, so I'm just ready for this match to get underway. It's going to be our first Battleground, Dragonshire. We had that first series also on Dragonshire, so really fun map to see these teams play on. A lot of action all across the entire Battleground all the time, so we'll have to see. Is Equinox able to grab one of his signature heroes or not? Or is Vox going to shut them down?
Yeah, that is the question.
Oh, wow. The draft did start while I was talking about that.
All right.
Yeah, let me send that to you if you need it.
Yeah, I'm not. Is it in the lobby
there we go.
here?
I just put it in the lobby there for you. So,
okay,
yeah.
great. So
our first ban is going to be ETC coming out of Astral Authority, and Vox and Hilly is going to follow that up with a Zagara ban. Kerrigan, though, gets first picked by Astral. Imagine that's going to be going to Equinox here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And what have we seen Astral drafting all day? It's been wave clear and map control characters constantly. This will be... I'm surprised to actually see them not pick Zool here, which is kind of what they've been telegraphing for the rest of the day. But instead, just going for the Kerrigan pick, which, of course, is going to be great for Equinox. Now, if they can pair that with like a Tyrael or an Uther for some kind of invulnerability, I think that's going to be their best bet. However, they're really going to be looking to just control the rotations through their kill potential in this early game.
Yeah, and Vox and Hilly, they're going to get their first picks locked in here. Falstad didn't get banned out, so he is going to be available, and it looks like Vox hovering over that hero. So it's such an impactful hero in this meta right now, especially... Obviously, we always talk about the Gus and how good they are and how good it is at separating team fights or disengaging, etc. And we'll have to see Vox. They have their second pick here. Yeah. What are they going to go with? They could go a whole array of different directions. I'm not sure what they're prioritizing their drafts lately, as I haven't seen their games in the qualifiers. So,
yeah, I feel like at this point they will either want to pick up a solo laner here because it's very easy for Astral to lock them out with a Thrall pick on this next rotation. So Vox may opt to just go for the Thrall here with Zagara already being banned. That would be a great choice. Okay, but it's going to be Johanna. So just taking the wave clear tank. Now, we already see some pressure on the tanks in this pick ban phase so far because ETC was banned out early by Astral Authority. And now Johanna is being picked up, leaves Astral Authority with a lot less options there. And of course, Johanna is highly valued on this map because she helps so much in controlling the wave clear rotations from mid to bottom lane. So surely Vox Nihili wants to get that on lockdown because they already need... They're going to need somebody who can safely check these bushes on the rotation and move through the Bermuda Triangle bush from mid to bottom. Because if they have a squishier tank, like if they had ETC, for example, it would be so easy to just get pickoffs on him when he was trying to check those bushes. Johanna with Iron Skin and the blind, the flashlight, all these tools that she can use to move through that without getting blown up instantly. So, like I was saying, since they didn't pick up Thrall, Astral Authority now is going to take advantage of that. Now, I feel like they're going to want to get Li Ming here as their last pick. And it looks like they're already hovering Li Ming. So,
Kaeyoh the Oracle.
I am the Oracle, indeed. Yeah, well, the thinking here is Falstad's already picked from Vox, and like I was saying before, you know, Li Ming is pretty much the other great mage on the table right now. KT and Jaina both don't see much play at this point in time, and so picking Li Ming there at least gives them a very well-rounded team so far, and I feel like Vox Nihili is definitely going to be considering a tank ban here, as they've already got the tank lockdown started very highly. Yep, indeed. I'm just going to call the rest of this draft. Tyrael gets banned out there by Vox Nihili. So taking away the synergistic pick of Tyrael to go along right side with that Kerrigan, I mean, Thrall and Kerrigan being on the same team means that Tyrael would get an immense amount of value. So I think Vox Nihili made a great decision there to ban that out.
Yeah, that was a really solid ban from them. Astral, they have their kind of pick of the litter here, and they're going to look to potentially ban out. Yeah, they are going to lock in the ban on Lunara.
one of the more difficult, I think, assassins to deal with as far as what the support pool is right now. That tells me they were wanting to go for the Uther, but I don't think Uther is going to survive to their next picks here, as Uther is locked in by Vox and Hilly, and they have a very solid lineup so far. They just need to start building some damage around the strong front line here of Johanna, and we'll see what they decide to pick here. What do you think they're going to pick with their last pick here? As they are running out of time quickly and diving into
Well, I feel like they still need a good top laner unless they want to run Falstad. So Sonya being the last melee on the table, who also with Wrath of the Berserker does pretty well versus the Kerrigan and Thrall in the front line and can pair decently well with Uther. I feel like Sonya could be a saving grace for them. Wow, oh my gosh, Muradin and Johanna together on the same team. So this is going to be just a huge front line, and the snap picks coming from Astral, Leoric, and Rhaegar. Leoric, of course, is going to be eating these high health pool tanks alive. And when we talk about double warrior, a lot of time, guys, we're talking about having one main defensive warrior, and then you have more of a bruiser warrior who dishes out a little bit more damage. The bruiser warriors are like your Arthuses, your Diablos, your Anubarex. To see Muradin and Johanna on the same team, both of those characters are very much your frontline tanks that have a lot of health pool. They can mitigate a lot of damage, but they don't really put any pressure on your opponents. So Vox and Hilly chooses to fill that gap in their team comp with Greymane, who is, of course, extremely high damage, but still not really who I would have expected there, as while Greymane does do a lot of burst and can secure those kills, I feel like it's going to be a little bit tough for Greymane to get the opportunities to go for the throat targets with a team that has so little burst.
Yeah, the limited amount of burst on Vox and the high probability, I feel like, of them clumping up being so melee heavy is going to open up the opportunity for Astral to just reset Li Ming so easily here and set up some really great arcane orbs, but we'll have to see. I always am a little skeptical of solo tank Leorix, but he has gotten some changes lately. The drain life does really, or drain hope does really well. And like you were saying, against this really beefy front line, he might get infinitely more value out of it than he would normally.
Yeah, we'll see if he opts to build into that as well. I think it's definitely the right decision versus a comp with two big health pool tanks like this. And, of course, if the game goes to level 20, Astral Authority, having that solo tank Leoric is really going to pay off with the Spectral Leech, which is going to be so powerful in the late game. I've got to give it to Astral. I think they've really outdrafted Vox and Hilly with this comp. I'm not sure who Vox is going to put top lane here.
Yeah, that really is the question of this match. Probably Falstad, so he's able to rotate quickly if need be and have that map presence available for them. But I don't know, maybe they just have Murid in there just to soak damage and just soak XP and just play safe for the majority of this early game. But we're loading into game, so we'll find out very soon. This is game number 1 in a best of 3 to find out who qualifies for PAX.
Yep, everything on the line here, guys. As we load on into the game here, let's see. Did I get the teams right? We have
Vox on the left side. So
okay,
we have
you go ahead and do the introductions here.
We in the blue trunks on the left side. We have Vox and Hilly. We have Hosty playing Falstad, Daihu on Johanna, Goat on Greymane, McIntyre playing the Muradin, and Lex Uther on the Uther.
Yeah, very fitting. And on the right side, in the red trunks, it is going to be that Astral Authority squad you know and love. Equinox on Kerrigan, Battery playing Leoric, Frozen X playing Thrall, Dark Chimera playing Rhaegar, and Talking Trees on that Li Ming.
Yeah, it does look like we are going to see that Leoric taking Hopelessness at first, increasing the range of Drain Hope. So able to grab that onto targets a little bit easier. But look at this. Look at this. Let's be quiet. Everyone's hiding in the bushes here.
Oh, yeah. Don't give it away.
Don't give it away.
This is a very tense moment here. Let's see if they can make anything happen. They're moving in aggressively. Daihu can't get the condemn really on anybody but Leoric, who's able to just Wraith Walk on out of there. So no kills acquired. Thrall has already set himself up in the top lane. And it's going to be a Muradin that's answering Thrall here at top.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 5. It was a 5v4, but I feel like Fox's shot calling there was a little questionable. They didn't really have a specific
Oh, the
target, but then they get
flying!
on Frozen X.
The fly-in
Wow.
secures the kill there. Nicely done there by Hosty. So Vox and the Hilly already
Look at the turnaround though on the Hosty, gonna start going on, but the turnaround is real. Equinox gets taken out as well. Wow, we're already into a quick aggressive game here by Vox.
Yeah, Vox showing that they're going to play a kill style here, flying the foul setup and finding those ganks, and it complemented nicely with the Storm Bolt there to lock down the kill. So that's going to be their strategy, is to just keep pressure on top through the threat of ganks. That way Thrall is going to be too afraid to really push that lane out and do anything. And of course, at top lane, you don't have to worry too much about Muradin getting ganked, because he has all the tools in the world to survive any kind of gank presence. Now at bottom, Daihu's getting poked out pretty hard here as Lex, Uther, and Daihu are trying to control this point.
McIntyre though up top is in a little bit of trouble. Does get focused on a little bit, but is able to dwarf toss out even with the changes to dwarf toss. Able to secure his escape. Dark Chimera though in the bottom lane. Talk about this map and how much action is going in on it all of the time. And we do see McIntyre going to be taking that top shrine as well. So much to keep an eye on this battleground.
Yeah, I know. It's definitely like two versus two arena matches going on in the top and the bottom here. And Talking Trees, though, is doing an excellent job of hitting all of his skills constantly, getting those skill shots, max value onto Lex Uther and Goat on that point down there. Just really doing a great job. So far, so good at bottom for Astral Authority. They're really controlling this, but wait a second. Hosty says, not so fast, as he shows up looking for the kill. Can't quite secure onto Dark Chimera. He's already used Barrel Roll. Now Equinox, hungry for a kill of his own, hits the combo onto Lex Luthor. A nice follow-up from Talking Trees. Still not enough to get the kill. Dark Chimera has to back out, probably calling for his team to let him recall here, as he's very low and already used his tap.
Yeah, if Daihu had gotten that condemn onto the Li Ming, that would have been lights out, and that was so close to being a kill for Vox here. And now their McIntyre is bullying off Frozen X once again from the shrine. And they're going to be controlling the top while Astral once again regains control on the bottom. This is kind of the MO of this battleground. A huge back and forth between both teams fighting over these shrines. Although Astral going to put a little bit of pressure into this bottom lane. They're draining these towers of their ammo and putting some good damage onto that top one here. But we do have a rotation up top. Frozen X once again getting pushed back by this Falstad rotation.
Yeah, Hosty is unrelenting this game on his flights onto this top and bottom lane, and that's exactly how you should be playing a Falstad on this map. So I really love to see the rotations coming out from him so far. But Astral manages to punish pretty hard there on bottom. You see the last Archer minion getting that final shot, that final arrow to take down the tower. But here comes the Mega Brawl going down in mid in this jungle phase. Daihu frontlining very effectively here. He's getting kind of low. Equinox is going to just get ripped up there in the middle of all of this tank threat. And now Goat has his eyes set here onto the Leoric, able to pick up that kill, send him into ghost mode. And a nice little window here with 2-man down for a few seconds. Of course, Leoric's going to be spawning right onto the map here as he's trying to drain some souls in this rotation.
Yeah, Vox did a really good job of recognizing that was a 5v4 engagement, because Thrall was up in the top lane, continuing to push that top lane, guarantee Astral having that top shrine, but they're going to lose both shrines in the midst of this. I don't think that Vox is going to be able to grab the dragon quite yet, but they absolutely can threaten for it. As Hosty once again with this rotation going to be punishing Frozen X here, but as Uther gets taken out in the bottom lane as well. So much action going on, a 1-for-1 trade, and I think it was a bit in the favor of Astral though, as they did take out the support.
Yeah, I was watching bottom there, and Battery on Leoric was doing a ton of damage and winning that trade really hard versus the Johanna and Uther, and then they were able to just turn on the Uther as Equinox made the rotation to bottom. So really Equinox doing a good job there, securing that kill. Back and forth this entire time. These teams are clearly evenly matched, and we're in for one heck of a good set.
Yeah, and taking a quick look at Leoric's build here, not going the full Drain Hope build, taking Fealty unto Death at level 4 and Paralyzing Range at 7. So a very hybrid build here, kind of just trying to be able to do a little bit of everything here.
Yeah, exactly. He's trying to be a little bit of a jack of all trades. I mean, he's not overcommitting to one ability because he really does have to be an all-rounder.
Next. Once again, we just rotate on a great stun by McIntyre, and we're going to see this front wall go down.
Yeah, a nice rotation yet again, showing like Exhibit A of how to play Falstad on this map. A great replay to watch if you're a Falstad player. But look at all this pressure. This is what happened. Equinox and Astral Authority managed to get both Knights and their Giants here on bottom while managing to continue to hold the Shrines as well. So that was really nicely done by them, and it earned them all this pressure. Yeah, he's going to fall, but they're going to also lose this fort here, I believe, on bottom. It's going to be very close. And, of course, securing these forts in the early game makes it so much easier to gank in these side lanes. And especially for a Kerrigan, that's exactly what you want. Now, nice delays going down there. Battery contesting Hosty for control of this top side. Hosty does not want to relent the pressure off of it, hoping to buy his time enough time to capture the Shrine in the middle. Hosty with a gust to counterplay the Sunder there. Beautifully done by Hosty to buy himself some time. And they're going to keep their little experience lead as they did lose the fort, though. So a little bit of structure lead for Astral Authority, a little bit of an EXP lead on the side of Vox.
That was interesting. I thought Daihyu might have been able to get the condemn on the Dark Chimera, but he backed off a little bit there and decided to not let the condemn go off. So potential kill missed, I feel like, for Vox there, but they've got Astral really low on health here. We're going to have to see the Rhaegar really bringing everyone back up to snuff here. And they're going to grab their siege camp here very quickly. And no one's been able to grab a dragon yet. And it might be still a little while longer until there's a good team fight giving either team an advantage.
Astral's about to have control of both of these points. However, okay, Murden decided not to go for bottom. So they're really going to look for a fight, I feel like, in mid. As Astral Authority does have full control and the potential to cap this. And it really now falls to Vox to make a play, and they're going to initiate the fight. Equinox needs that Ancestral. He's going to get it. He's got the Maelstrom going. There's going to be the Entomb coming out. Can he land a combo with all of these people inside of the Entomb? No, he's not going to be able to get it before Battery falls. Dark Chimera following next. It's going to maybe be potentially a 3-man kill here for Vox. Vox won that fight extremely hard. Now Astral's got to scramble to make something happen. They do have a little bit of a window here as Vox needs to go recap these two shrines. You know, I was about to comment on the fact that Leoric picked up Entomb on the side of Astral Authority, and I feel like that's kind of a weird choice when you have these two melees scrambling to get in there and DPS down the targets.
Yeah, so 3-0 trade in the favor of Vox. And yeah, that Entomb just unfortunately didn't work out for them. McIntyre, though, going to be picking up his Dragon Knight and starting to immediately pressure this mid lane. And we'll see how Astral is able to defend against this. I wanted to mention, though, really quickly, during that fight, we saw so many stuns come out from Vox. That was really awesome to see because they had the Uther stun, they had the Murden stun as well, and they took full advantage of that in that fight.
Yeah, that's the thing with these two beefy frontline tanks, is that Kerrigan has a really hard time finding the right target, and then she's just constantly getting battered around and all these little stuns and debuffs that Johanna and Murden do. And
speaking of that,
yeah, a beautiful execution there onto the Kerrigan. I believe Goat has a reset on his ult right now if he can get onto somebody. Not quite, but Astral definitely looking really weak right now compared to this Vox squad. I'm surprised to see the Murden and Johanna dominating so hard here and be able to handle this Kerrigan.
Yeah, it's doing so well, and I think it's really punishing Kerrigan's weaknesses. We do have an engagement here. McIntyre and Lex Luthor caught in this Entomb. They're going to take a lot of damage, but they are going to be able to get out, and they just barely dodged that Arcane Orb. They are going on the Lex Luthor, though, who's taking a lot of damage. Can Mac peel here for him, though? It looks like he is going to be able to. Although the Sundering comes out. What a great Sundering from Frozen X here. But McIntyre doing such a great job. He is going to lose his life, but the Divine Shield does come out on the Uther. I don't know if that's going to be enough to save him, though.
No, no way. And Astral Authority finally turning it around a little bit here. I feel like they capitalized nicely on a little bit of greed from the side of Vox and Hilly there, trying to bite off a little more than they could chew. at bottom lane there. And of course, you have those key moments where you can take advantage of the engage. I actually thought that Sunder was going to end up saving Uther there from Equinox, but he was able to eventually secure the kill there. And now the Entomb comes out, and you see that Entomb plus the Drain Hope on the tank just puts him so low so quickly. But he's going to be able to get out of there. Daihu is kind of resetting the situation. And now with the bottom keep wall being pretty much in tatters on the side of Astral Authority, if Vox Nihili gets another DK, they're going to take that straight to the bottom keep and open up that side of the map.
And the nice thing about Astral's movements there and their ability to pressure was they didn't have to use the Ancestral, and it is available for a team fight if they do decide to engage here. And they're looking to invade on the siege camp. Their roaming is 4 here, or 5 actually. Frozen X is coming behind, so they're going to be able to pick this up with no problem. So great steal there. And they actually have 2 siege camps pushing down this bottom lane right now, and they're going to be able to grab these shrines pretty easily here. They're going to go up, rotate up to the top, and defend against this Knight camp that is pushing against their own Knight camp and continue their lead into this game.
Well, the thing here is that Vox is going to be 16 for a little bit before Astral Authority can hit 16 as well, so they have a little window here to maybe force that DK, which will enable them to push into the keep. And I feel like already Astral Authority is backing up here, being pretty passive about this. You see Falstad is coming down here. You saw Battery already getting pretty scared off of the point, but I think they're going to be able to get their 16. Astral Authority made a pretty good rotation, got here just in time to be able to cap this. HotS isn't going to be able to take that by himself, of course. And so now we're going to see a 16 versus 16. Let's see the talents that everybody decides to go for at level 16. On the side of Vox, you see Holy Renewal, which is going to give you a little bit of a heal every time she uses that shield glare on the team. And here comes a big clash. They can actually force before 16 here, Tyrant.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do, but great Entomb there by Battery. The Gust, though, is resetting this, and they're going to be able to put so much damage, and Dark Chimera is going to get immediately blown up, and followed by Equinox. It's a 3-for-0 exchange. It's going to be 4, as Talking Tree's trying to just delay his death here as much as possible. Are they just going to ignore him? No, okay,
No
here comes
way.
back there. There we go.
There we go. A nice little cleanup there. And that's the rest of the Astral squad getting ripped up. And talk about hitting the timing window perfectly there while they had 16 for a few more seconds. And it was really HotS flying behind the rest of the team and gusting them in makes it so that there's no way they can walk away from that situation. They had to just go in and take the 15 to 16 fight. And just like we were thinking before, they're going to have to go ahead and siege down this bottom keep. And having the side of the map open is really key on this map because, of course, all those giants spawn on the bottom half. Now, looks like HotS is actually going to get burned down here in the DK before he can even get... He got about half the keep, and now they have to be careful. Remember, Astral Authority has 16 here. They can definitely force a nice fight.
Yeah, the Entomb does come down, but they're not going to follow up on that at all. But a great defense by Astral to save this keep in the bottom lane at half health. They're going to be able to claw their way back into this game, it looks like, and potentially force a good late game here. And I'm wondering if their late game might be a little bit better than Vox's lineup that they drafted.
Well, of course you have Kerrigan, who gets a little bit weaker in the later stages of the game, but the rest of the squad, I feel like the problem is once these 2 tanks have their level 20s, it's going to be just so difficult to get kills for Astral Authority, as long as HotS and Goat can manage to stay alive. All right, here comes a big engage. You see already the tanks pressuring Equinox so much that he has to get that Ancestral, and then the flank Gust from behind, pushing them down against the wall. Equinox is going to fall as well here, and the chase is on. Vox and Hilly trying to pick up as many kills as they can. Oh, they know that Rhaegar's in there. Dark. That's a very hopeless moment there. Speaking of Leoric, that's a very hopeless moment. Definitely drained his hope there. And speaking of that, you have the 13 and 16 talents taken, so he's going to get a bit of CDR from that, as well as, of course, that big 10% to max health chunk every time that the Drain Hope finishes on a tank. So their comp is working out very, very well here. But
yeah, Entomb used to just zone out a little bit. It might delay the taking of this keep. Yeah, actually we're going to force, well, not force, but prompt Vox to back off here because the shrines are available. And Astral should all be up by the time these shrines are activated. So they can put up a defense here, but they are quickly falling behind as level 20 is almost here for Vox and those so important heroic talents, especially for their frontline warriors.
Yeah, they have some of the best scaling abilities, really, and indestructible and having either the hardened shield or rewind. Considering the Murden's build so far, he went healing static and give him the axe. So he's going to be able to do a little bit more damage. Probably just going to be the hardened to keep him alive in the fight a little bit longer. Let him get some more auto attacks in there. And it's been honestly doing a lot of work. You see the Kerrigan constantly falling below half health just from the pressure of the Johanna and Murden just whacking on him, hitting him with that Executioner talent. Does a lot of damage, and it really adds up.
Yeah, and here come those heroic talents. Like we expected, the hardened or the indestructible for Johanna, but we are going to have rewind for Murden.
Yeah, the rewind.
Allowing for some serious storm bolts there, multiple storm bolts, as Hosi has to zoom out there using that epic mount.
Yeah, Hosi did a good job of staying alive there. You got to juke those rotations.
Oh,
He
wow.
stayed just long
Really?
enough to get that in mid, and they were able to get the kill on Battery, who was trying to buy a little bit of time there and delay the cap. But to no avail, and with one man down, now this threatens at least 2 keeps for Vox and Hilly. They could try something crazy and go for the core here even, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to finish just the second, as you see that DK already getting shredded very quickly. Yeah, it looks like this is probably going to turn into maybe... Oh, wait, what are they looking for? Oh, they're trying to get the kills. If they can get a few kills, they can definitely end the game there. Nicely done. Talking Trees doing his best, using the Firefly missiles with Seeker there to burn down that DK, though. And this is going to turn into an all-in on the core. Kind of a sloppy one, honestly, here. But
Yeah, a little bit sloppy, but they are down a member of their team here in Astral. Trying to defend here. They might be able to get McIntyre, though. They do finish him off, but it just isn't going to be enough here. Hosty.
Oh my gosh!
Wait. The Divine Shield might be enough.
It's going to be so... Wait,
It's going to be defended.
Uther's going to res. Uther's going to res.
Wow.
Can Uther do it? Oh,
Okay,
no.
so yeah.
Oh, my goodness. That might actually be
Wow.
game.
Holy
DJ
smokes.
Tyrant.
Oh wow! So they can go bottom lane right now, and they have to burn through.
Oh, they
this
got
wall,
this.
Towers, and a keep, but they have 40 seconds to really do this, and this is going to be Astral clawing their way back
I'm not
into
sure.
this.
They're going through the lane right now. It means like you're going to get dismounted by the minions. And I don't know. I would have liked to see them go around. Maybe they just want to make sure that their core doesn't die to the minions there. But they're going to be
Look
hitting
at
the
how low
sidewall.
Equinox is. So they take down the sidewall here. They're going to go immediately onto this keep.
They've
They're gonna
got to
be able
go
burn this
straight to
down.
core here. Their
they
core
gotta
being
go
at 3%. There's no way they can try to gamble this by not going core. But you see that
Look at how
Murden's
much
going to respawn. It's going to be very key for Murden to get that reverberation onto the right targets. He needs to get the attack speed slow out.
Murden's going to be up. Falstad is going
Oh,
to be
the
up. with
Falstad has
Gust.
Gust. Oh, it's going
So
to be
let's
so
see
close.
how he uses the Gust here. He's only
Oh,
going to be able to
no.
move off Dark Chimera. Dark
Oh,
Chimera
no.
does get killed off here. The Sundering does
That's
come out, though,
game.
and they are going to be able to secure their victory.
Unbelievable first game of the set. A terrible throw on the core to 3%. Vox, you were so close. You had this game absolutely in your hands. Oh my goodness. What a close, tight finish there. And a beautiful defense. We can't, take anything away from Astral, who played that perfectly. And then everything was down to the wire there. I feel like if the Gust would have hit the right targets and maybe pushed them into keep to slow them so they couldn't get back on the core. Man,
That
so many
could've been-
variables that could have changed the outcome there.
I mean, that was just a chaotic game from start to finish. And Astral, it looked really bad for them for most of that game, but that stalwart defense was so good for them on their own core. Getting down to 3%, Uther even respawning there right on the core, not able to finish off that game.
Yeah, unbelievable finish there. And so now, I mean, one thing that game definitely displayed is that these guys are very closely matched, right? These guys definitely are on the same tier as teams here, and they both put up a great show. Honestly, I still feel like Vox kind of proved themselves as being a stronger team that game. Up until the very last second, of course, they got a little bit too greedy. But they had a pretty solid lead there.
Yeah, I totally agree with that assessment of this game. And we'll have to see how they
are able to respond in game number 2, and some teams they're able to bounce back from something like that, and some teams just are crushed by a loss like that, where it looks like a game that is totally in your favor and you should be winning.
Yeah, and it is funny just to see everyone's reactions. And when a situation comes to being that close at the end like that, so many people have, their different opinions on whether it's going to be an end or whether there's no chance they're going to end. Oh yeah, they definitely got this. And some people are
that gust only landing on Dark Chimera really, really hurt their chances of
who's really one
there.
Of the least threatening people to have on the core there, honestly.
Watching chat here is amazing.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, they're just going crazy over this.
They did it. And it's funny because we were literally saying, this looks sloppy, right? Like, we had said that literally 10 seconds before they wiped at 3% on the core, and it did. It did look sloppy. I think, after the DK originally got burned down past like 60% there from the Firefly Seekers, that was their red flag to just turn around and maybe get another keep out of it, but not try to end the game.
Mm-hmm. Wow, I don't know if I would have been able to make a call like that. That was just insane. But you were right though. There was only so much you could really do.
Yeah.
To try to get back in that game with 3% on your core. The core call was obviously the right call, and they positioned themselves to make sure that gust wasn't able to disrupt the attack on the core like we were expecting it to.
Yeah, if you're in that situation, I mean, like, I was thinking that immediately, because with the 3% core, you're basically just going to be a sitting duck in your base the rest of the game. You can't afford to leave your base at all, because it's so easy to end. And especially when you're not the team that has like gust or any of these things. So one thing I want to point out that game is HotS played absolutely great Falstad though throughout the entire early and middle game. He knew exactly when to force fights. Now, if you're a Falstad player out there, the one thing you should always keep in mind is that, gust is, yes, it is a defensive disengaging tool, but anytime you have an advantage, you have the power to make a fight happen 100%. By gusting an enemy team down into a corner where they can't walk away from it, that's exactly what we saw at that 15-16 fight, which was the huge swing where Vox Nihili started getting really far ahead. So that's exactly the kind of things that you want to try to do as a Falstad player to be impactful for your team.
Yeah, and are you ready? We already got our draft for the second game. It's in the lobby there. If you didn't get, let me know, and I can
got it.
Get it for you. But it's going to be Towers of Doom for our second battleground here. I absolutely love this battleground. There's so much variety you can draft on here, and it's going to be interesting to see how they do this and if we could potentially see a Vikings here. We haven't seen Vikings in a while, but this is definitely the battleground that they are probably the strongest on.
I'm trying to think about Vox Nihili and who would play Vikings. HotS maybe? I think HotS has been a Vikings player before.
I believe so.
It's something you legitimately have to consider is, does this team have a Vikings player? Because it's one of those characters where if you're not comfortable on it, you don't want to be throwing your tournament lifeline out, to try and win a game with Vikings. But they survived the bans, Tyrant, so maybe we're going to see a little bit of Olaf, Eric, and Baylog action this game. I would love that.
Yeah, that would be fun to see, but we're not going to see the Illidan wisely getting banned out by Vox here, but they do have
the
first
Equidin
pick here. The Equidin, yes. Do you think they value more a Zagara or a Falstad here as they lock in Zagara quickly there?
This is one of the few maps where I would actually kind of rather have Falstad, just because there's so many situations where you can cap your safe one with the Falstad and then fly to force the numbers advantage somewhere else on the map. So I think Falstad is huge on this map, and while Zagara's a great character, you don't get quite as much out of the split push on this map because of the way structures work and the way they respawn. So for me, I would have probably prioritized the Falstad there, but I think Zagara is still a fine first pick. And then over on the side of Astral Authority, just going with basically what I would think of as like the Korean power picks. You got your Raymond and Tyrael. Huge amount of damage, and of course the Tyrael just to go in and protect that huge amount of damage. So Sanctification with a Greymane charging onto your backline, and honestly, that's a Zagara's worst nightmare.
Yeah, and then at 16, you have the Holy Ground to really be able to control the fights around the altars here. So,
I feel
really
like,
great picks up by Astral. I really like what they're doing here in Vox. They're going to respond with, it looks like a Leeming. They're hovering over it. Leeming, just a really powerful hero right now. And we're seeing a lot of priority on her getting picked up in a lot of these drafts.
yeah, I think the Falstad was. I'm surprised they didn't go with Falstad though. Having that disengage for when Greymane goes in would be really nice. The only thing here, I would have to say that the one thing Vox Nihili has going for them right now is they have an extreme amount of poke. And being able to poke and delay on this map, of course, is crucial because that's what it's all about, is you have to channel the cap for a few seconds there, and having all these sources of range really helps. Now, picking Uther there not only denies it from Astral, but it also allows Vox to be able to save Zagara, for example, who's probably going to often be the focus here from Astral, as they're just going to go in there with Tyrael, try to Holy Ground her in, and have Greymane rip her throat out, do Greymane things. And Uther should be able to save her, though, with the Divine Shield. So nice job there, denying and getting a nice tool for their own team. So the Thrall Band from Astral, which... Now, at this point, they already have their Greymane, and they're basically trying to melee lock a little bit here, as Vox Nihili is going to pan out the Slug, and we all know how strong Abathur is with Greymane. And if you don't know, let me just say, it's a terrifying thing to go against, because when you clone Greymane, you have one of the highest auto-attacking characters in the game at your disposal, and you don't have to worry about it dying. Yeah, you have two of them, exactly.
And you can have Sanctification on them too as well.
That's
so
exactly
it's just not something fun to deal with. But Tassel are going to be locked in here, and Tracer. So we're going to see that Equinox Tracer come out here for game number 2.
Yeah, Equinox has a wonderful Tracer play, and I'm excited to see it. And it pairs so darn well with the Tassadar. Can't go wrong with that combo. She's going to be able to constantly get in there, and they just don't have the tools to trade more damage, past the Tassadar shield. Tracer's going to constantly be able to get in there, hit with melee, do a couple rounds of auto attacks, and then just recall on out and reset the fight. So now they finally have a way to poke, because before this part of the draft, they were definitely suffering in terms of being able to trade versus Vox, but now with a Tassadar shielded Tracer, they have a tool and a way to get in there and do some damage to these squishy backliners.
Yeah, and we're actually going to see Vox picking up Muradin, so their front line getting secured here. That really tanky front line that the Dwarf does provide.
Let me at him.
Let me at him. But are we really going to see double support here? This would be interesting, and I'm trying to wrap my head around the thought process of grabbing Brightwing as well here. Maybe you're grabbing for the Emerald Wind a bit as well. And the obviously the polymorph for Tracer, if she gets in a low to deep polymorpher, and you can, in theory, blow her up then.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the biggest problems with, or at least for a Tracer, when she goes in, if she gets like silenced or if she can't cast the recall, she becomes, in a lot of trouble there. So if they're able to polymorph, hit a stun, and just finish her off in a single combo, that could be a big threat. Personally, I don't like it that much, though. I feel like Astral is sitting there in comms going, guys, we 3-level lead smashed a team earlier that tried to run double support on us. Let's just do what we did last game. We know how to handle this. And they're probably going to be feeling pretty confident with that. Now, another concern that I have for Vox is that I feel like they're very vulnerable in the lane phase. Astral has all these different characters that can kind of roam and put threat on the map in the form of Tracer, Tyrael, and Greymane, whereas Vox Nihili, they have all these kind of squishy laners that you don't want to have these characters rotating by themselves. Especially Leeming and Zagara, they can easily get caught out in a rotation and picked off very easily. So Vox Nihili is going to have to be very careful with making sure that they rotate together to get to these points. Otherwise, Astral, I feel like, will capitalize and get a lot of pickoffs in the early phases of this game.
Yeah, and Vox, the mobility for switching between these lanes is not going to be nearly as good as Astral. Obviously, Tracer very quick to be able to rotate and recognize when someone is isolated here. They do have the Brightwing to help out a bit, but other than that, it's going to be very difficult, I think, for Vox to, like you were saying, lane successfully in the early stages of this game at least.
Well, we'll have to see how it plays out, because if you think about Astral's comp with the Rhaegar Tassadar, they are going to be a little bit lower, on the direct damage, and it might be a little bit more challenging for them to secure the kills like they normally would with another DPS in that slot. However, what I see happening throughout this game is Tyrael's going to jump on Zagara and Q in, throw down the smite to enable the Greymane to go in, and then Tracer's just going to blink in there, drop her bomb on Zagara, hit her with the melee, and recall out. And I feel like it probably is going to be just enough to get the kill on Zag. That's how I see this going. So personally, I'm feeling Astral on this one.
Yeah, I really am feeling the same way. It's going to be really difficult for Vox, and we'll have to keep an eye on what the Uther and the Brightwing build here, because they're both going to be the supports here, and you can kind of build Uther a little bit damagey, but I mean, do we think we see Divine Storm here?
Divine Storm. Well, I think the Divine Shield's going to be too good of a tool for them to keep her alive. And speaking of the Zagara there, sorry, I'm switching these teams around. They've ninja'd me again here, switching sides every time.
Yeah, I'll introduce our left team.
Okay,
then.
great. Thank you.
Got that underway. We have Astral Authority in the blue trunks here. Equinox going to be playing that Tracer battery on the Tyrael. Frozen X playing Greymane. Talking Trees on Tassadar. And Dark Chimera on the Rhaegar.
All right, and on the right-hand side in the red trunks, it's going to be Team Vox Nihili, and it's going to be Daihu playing Muradin, Goat on Li Ming, Hosty on Zagara, Lex Uther on Brightwing, and McIntyre playing that Uther.
So McIntyre really fulfilling that flex role, playing a support now. I think he's played pretty much every position.
I want to make some kind of bad joke about that, but McIntyre this always ends up finding himself on supports. It feels bad, man.
Feels definitely bad. We're going to see a little bit of a clash here, just some poking in the mid lane. No one's going to commit to anything. Daihu pushing a little far forward, but he still has a little toss to escape. But doesn't look like anything too crazy as far as count selection here.
Battery in a little bit of a weird situation there. He actually Aldrin's through the team there to escape instead of to his base. And that got a little funky there, but no kills are going to come of it. And now we just see Vox Nihili rotating down towards bottom. Let's see what kind of lane setup they go for. Might just be a triple lane for them to try and pressure out bottom. But of course, Greymane and Tyrael are going to probably try to come swing down here and look for a kill themselves. Tracer already kind of hovering around the middle of the map, making sure she doesn't give any vision. Equinox is being very careful to not give up the vision, but they can manage to catch people in the rotations just like we were talking about. However, it's good that they're all sticking together. Again, that's exactly what they need to do. If they stick together as a team, I feel like they do have the potential to win all of these trades. But if they're getting caught out and Equinox can find characters like Zagara wandering on her own, they'll definitely be able to pick up those kills.
Yeah, but like you were mentioning earlier, the focus on the bottom lane here for Vox, it's similar to how Dragonshire is built. The Pumpkin Minions, as we do see Equinox get a little caught out here, but he is going to put the Pulse Bomb onto Hosty. And we do see now Rhaegar in quite a bit of trouble. Does get stunned out here. That should be the end of him. No, he's going to be able to escape. I'm a little surprised by his ability to get out there.
Yeah, cutting it very close here. And, of course, a pickoff would have been massive with the triple altar spawning right now. And this is a key tactical moment where the shot callers really have to shine here and decide how they want to set up for this. And it looks like so far we're going to have both teams just okay. You see Talking Trees going over to delay. Meanwhile, it looks like Frozen X was able to pick up the defensive one, and a big contention over the bottom one, as it's a 3 versus 3 that it looks like Vox Nihili is winning handedly.
Yeah, the bottom looks really solid for Vox, but there's a very close fight for this one on the right side. Is Talking Trees able to put that Cyanox Storm down to interrupt all the time, and Frozen X gonna go in on Lex Luthor as Vox does grab this bottom altar, but Daihu interrupting Frozen X's. Now we have Astral starting to take control over this shrine here.
Yeah, I feel like so far This is so close. I feel like Vox has got the better upper hand here because, of course, now they're going to be able to contest this defensive position that's so much easier to contest than bottom. And it really felt like, you know, Astral deciding to have Tassadar delay at this defensive position instead of rotate to bottom ended up really biting them because they didn't have that extra shields down there to contest over that bottom point. So it ends up working out to where Vox Nihili gets a little bit of a lead here to start things off. Kind of like what we expected. Vox Nihili was doing very well all throughout that first game up until the very end. So we'll see if they can hold their slight lead here. However, the experience is very even as both teams are starting to close the gap to level 7. Let's see what goes on here with the camps. Medusa Blades being picked up for Zagara. Pretty standard level 4 talents across the board. Again, we got that unstable anomaly, the polymorph explosion talent. Give a little bit more wave clear as well as a little bit more team fight power there. And punish for all the melees. Because, of course, the polymorphs this game are going to be absolutely crucial in handling the Tracer Greymane.
Yeah, and we're going to see this battle over this bottom lane. The thought I was trying to get out early before that fight broke out is similar to Dragon Chatter. The bottom is going to be very important because of the positioning of the minions and how they path here. So you're going to get the most value out of pushing those bottom lanes, being able to get those pumpkin sappers to push out there and potentially put damage onto the core.
Yep, and now we see Astral Authority with a 4 versus 3 here. They have a little bit of a numbers lead. Equinox doesn't quite get the land on the bomb there, but now Daihu has made it to the fight. And Brightwing, of course, has teleport active to her. She has that available to her. She can activate that whenever she needs to. So now both teams with a little bit of a standoff here in mid lane. Uther, though, backing McIntyre, making sure that he has full mana, as the next altar is going to spawn in 25 seconds here at the very bottom of the map. So, with Brightwing sitting all the way up here at top, clearing this out, trying to get a little bit more of an EXP advantage. We see that starting to build that lead towards level 10. So, if this is a very long fight... Oh no, Hosty! Remember we were talking about can't get caught in those rotations. You have to rotate together, Vox Nihili, otherwise Equinox is just going to tear your team apart. But Hosty manages to at least stay alive. However, McIntyre eats a pulse bomb here. I'm not sure about that because Equinox using the pulse bomb there won't be active for this shrine fight at bottom. And
Daihu was barely able to interrupt the battery there, but he is going to pay with his life in return. Okay, he is. I was wondering if that Dwarf Toss was going to be able to be successful for him, but Astral, they're going to be able to go in and kill off Hosty as well. Really aggressive play here by Equinox, finishing him off and quickly recalling out, and that's going to guarantee these altar shots for them and evening this up at 32 apiece. I did want to take note though of Vox having no cleanse for any of the abilities that Astral is going to be able to fight with. They opted for the phase shift on the Brightwing, and they're opting the burden of kill.
Yeah, I feel like that's okay though, because on the side of Astral, they don't really have that hard CC that needs to be cleansed out. So I feel like that's going to work out just fine for them. But one thing I don't think everybody saw during that fight was in mid, Equinox was putting a lot of pressure on Brightwing while the fight was going on bottom. So they didn't actually have Brightwing there to give those heals, which I feel like was key. So even though it was happening off camera, got to give some credit there to Equinox pressuring Lex Luthor very hard there in mid lane and making sure that he couldn't help his team. And I feel like Equinox really is what enabled them to get that point down at bottom. So nicely done there. But now this game, again, very even. Let's see what ultimates get picked up on both sides. Blink heal. I thought for sure it would be Emerald.
That's what I was thinking too, but we're going to get the Blink Shield, Divine Shield, and we'll have to see that being used almost immediately here onto the Zagara. But they're going to counter-engage, and Dark Chimera's in a lot of trouble here. He's going to get stunned out, and I think they should be able to complete the kill here. But they're going to turn on Hosty.
Oh!
No, they are not going to be able to. A great
my
here from the Zagara, and they're going to be able to finish off Equinox and Frozen X. Can they get Battery as well?
Holy Hosty, that was such a good maw. Wow, incredibly well played there. Such a clutch. I thought for sure that was just going to be a one-for-one trade, but he really turned the tide of that fight. Perfect discipline there to hold the maw until he absolutely needed it to peel for himself there. And
yeah, I mean, that was an absolutely life-saving maw for him. And great timing here for Vox, although Astral is actually, it's early enough in the game, they're going to be up back up off their death timers here, but there is going to be 2 altars here. Were able to get the bell tower in the bottom lane, so if they do grab some of these altars, they'll get that extra shot.
Yeah, and we see now with a lot of ultimates down, this is going to be kind of a weird fight, I feel like. But with it being a split temples, I feel like it gives Astral a little bit of an advantage as they have a better team for splitting and skirmishing and getting those pickoffs. And see Equinox, oh, he's putting some damage on Hosty pretty early on here. Daihu already very low. It looks like so far in this fight, Astral is dominating in the trades, but hold that thought because Goat throws out a nice orb on a Dark Chimera to get some damage on him. And of course, with this double healer, even though they were winning the trade early on, you see how fast all these health bars get topped off. But meanwhile, Talking Trees sniped that on top. That even got past me there, DJ. And now it's all about this bottom point. And look at how much damage is coming in there. There's going to be the Sanct, but these healers are just keeping everyone alive on the side of Vox. Look at the health bars, just don't fall. Even with the Sanct all in there, they weren't able to secure a kill. D-Shield keeping people alive. It's unfortunate that they have to use the Pulse Bomb there on Daihu. Murden, the tankiest character who's going to be so hard to finish. Another great mob by Hosty. Yes, and Battery surely going to fall here. He has even in death, so I think he's going to secure that kill on Daihu. No, he's not! 200 HP on Daihu, and now Goat falling very low as well. He's going to be able to get out behind the wall, and now it looks like Astral might end up getting both shots here, but the experience lead. Same for Vox. Hold that thought, though. They haven't quite got it yet, and those healers just ticking everyone up so quickly. Brightwing able to TP out and come right back into the fight. Now the resets are upon us. Li Ming doing Li Ming things. Goat going to town now, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 in the trades. This is a insane game. Such good play.
I don't even know how to analyze that team fight because they're just so back and forth that entire time, and there were just so many great plays from both sides there. And Talking Trees was able to grab that top, the middle shrine here, and it was able to rotate down. Almost got taken out, and I think what happened was Battery was able to get in front of the orb to save Talking Tree's life because he was really low, and that orb was headed straight for him. And that was just a great move by Battery to protect his support there. But in the end, a fairly even trade for both teams, 29 to 27.
Holy burst!
See Tracer get completely blown up. I didn't think that Tracer was going to get blown up there. I thought Tracer would be able to get out. That's why I didn't say anything about that invade.
Yeah, I don't think anybody expected that, DJ Tyrant, and that's sometimes what the extra little bit of damage that you get instantly from Wave of Force. It's easy to forget that that does add a nice extra 300 damage to your combo. So when you throw everything out, hold on, there's the Sanctification. Hosty, he's got to survive this. It's going to be close. Let's see, Uther does have the D-Shield available to him, but he's in mid lane. He's not going to be there. Tracer, Talking Trees, he can't get the shield either. He's going to fall. So one man down so far on the side of Vox Nihili. Astral Authority resetting their position a little bit. Now, before that double altar spawn just a second ago, the reason there's a little bit of a difference in the score here is because this bottom fort was taken by Vox Nihili by the Sappers. So they were able to get a 2-shot lead there. However, now we have another double altar spawn going on. It's going to be the top left and top right. So usually we end up seeing a 1-for-1 in this situation. But with the Zagara being dead here right at the beginning, let's see if Astral can do something about it.
Yeah, look at how aggressive Astral is being here. They're going to go on to Lex Uther, and they actually put the Shrink Ray on him. But Vox is going to continue to counter engage here. They do interrupt that Chimera on the channeling there. But here we go, big full fight breaking out now. Now we have Astral continuing to move back. I think they're going to give up on this altar and grab their own. And it is going to end up being a 1-for-1 trade, KO.
We'll hold that because maybe, yep, the Frisbee's going to get the interrupt on the cap. So not quite taken yet. Can Dark Chimera survive this? He really needs to. The team is very split right now. I feel like for Astral, they're a little bit scrambling to figure out what they want to do in this fight because Dark Chimera was so low. The D-Shield eats the Pulse Bomb. Nicely done there. And honestly, McIntyre hitting the perfect D-Shields throughout this game. This guy can play everything.
Yeah, Dark Chimera was so low there, and he was about to get killed off, but he was actually saved by the Wave of Force on the side of Vox, so a little bit anti-synergy there, interestingly enough. And they're going to be able to secure this this tower and get another couple shots here. So still a 2-health lead in the favor of Vox, but there's going to be a fight breaking out over this boss here. The Headless Horseman starting to do some damage.
Yeah, he does do a lot of damage to whoever he ends up getting aggro to, and I can't help but find it a little funny that Astral thought Vox would just give that boss up, and Vox just instantly was like, no way you're taking that boss from us, and showed up with full force. Now, looking at the level 13 talents, we do see the Shrink Ray for Uther to make sure that they can get that on Greymane so he can't help all in the Zagara, and it's really just the story of McIntyre and Hosty. You know, there's just... You got that Barrel Boy synergy, I guess. McIntyre making sure to keep him alive no matter what here, and he's doing a great job of it. I feel like a lot of these pulse bombs, too, are just being kind of thrown out haphazardly. You see that one going down onto McIntyre there. Doesn't really do anything for them, and they really need to save it to secure those all-ins on the right targets. But it's tough because D-Shield is preventing all that damage every time. But regardless, this game remains very, very close. And now moving into the later stages of the game, who do you think is going to have the edge here post 16 and then post 20?
It's really tough. Both these drafts were really competitive. I want to say Astral does have the level 16 advantage here, especially because of the Holy Ground becoming a factor for these altars, especially a level... These the 3 altars here. I don't think they're going to be able to... They are going to try to grab 16, I think, before they engage on these altars. They're going to come down in the bottom lane and clear out this wave as well. And they're going to try to get on Hosty, though. Can they get a kill on this? The body block...
Equinox! Oh, another Moss saves him, but Equinox was just doing some godly body blocks. Oh, good night.
Wow.
Bye, Equinox. Goat says hello.
Wow, and the race to 16 is won by Vox, and this is a terrible time to be losing a member of the team for... Oh, Docking Trees almost getting there, but the persistence being able to save him there.
Yeah, and we're going to see Vox get 2 out of the 3 here. 4 shots from each, and then, of course, Equinox... Equinox. Astral Authority was able to get a tower of their own there on the top left. So... Vox Nihili starting to really extend this advantage, and look at this dive bottom. That's going to be potentially Talking Trees going down. No, the D-Shield coming out. There's the Holy Ground. Oh, no, he's still stuck in there. He squeezes through the tiniest little gap there below the Holy Ground. Hosty dropping below half rapidly. Now he's going to get rooted by the slow totem, and he's going to fall. So, oh my goodness, Astral Authority finding their stride here in this later game team fight, just like you were saying, the Holy Ground being a massive tool to swing it in their favor. And a sad Uther Ghost runs back behind the fort there.
Yeah, that and the Earthgrass Totem just showing how important those level 16 talents are for these teams. And they're going to go ahead and take this as a prompt to go on to the Headless Horseman here, get 4 shots of their own, and get it a little bit closer in their favor, hopefully. And it is going to be 18 to 15 in the favor of Vox, but... the bell tower in the bottom lane does get taken out by Vox with a great rotation here. They have to be careful rotating, though. We talked all game about how there was going to be a very difficult time for them rotating, and they did decide to back off of that.
Yeah, rightfully so. And now more than ever, especially with Holy Ground to block off these rotation terrain patterns, it's very easy for them to get kills. And Astral definitely earned that boss by getting a couple kills. Now, it looks like Vox Nihili going to try and defend this before it goes down here, but a little bit too late on the rotation. And can we just say, before we get into the very late game, like, this is high-level Heroes at its finest. These guys are playing a great game of Heroes right now.
Yeah, most definitely. And there's just so much to keep track of. And I think this being a single altar really benefits Astral as we start this engagement here. The Divine Shield does come onto the Lex Luthor here, and they're trying to just get a kill here, but Astral is not able to secure anything yet. As soon as I say that, Zagara does come down. There's a 3-man maul though, so they might be able to secure a kill. Equinox is under 20 HP. How is he able to survive this?
They're all so low, and the even in death isn't going to get any kills there, but they're looking to turn it with Goat. That was such a good turn to respect the Tyrael passive there and try to capitalize, but they weren't able to finish Goat off. This heal is just too much between the Uther and the Brightwing, throwing out the constant heals. Just no way to secure any kills, and they did manage to get the Zagara though right as she was throwing out the Maw. And wow, this is turning into quite a war of attrition here as it's coming down to the wire. Goat, the massive battery target here that they have to kill because he's putting out so much sustained damage in this duel. Oh no, Goat misses some missiles there. Equinox with the jukes, the shielding, and Tassadar showing how strong that combo is, winning the 2 versus 3.
On McIntyre as well. I think no, they are not able to.
Oh no, Hosty has respawned and he's right there. Now Brightwing just TP's right in. Vox and Hilly's comp, all of a sudden, they're in such a dominant position here. But wow, Tassadar plus Tracer. That's why people prioritize that combo so highly.
Yeah, Kaeyoh, what? This is getting really dicey for Astral now. They're down to their last 11 hit points on their core. They should be able to come back into this game, but it's going to be quite a wild ride here. What do you think they can do to secure victory in this game and the series?
So with level 20 being right around the corner, Astral, I'm sure, doesn't think they're out of this at all. I mean, they still have 11 shots, which is just about in, you know, that critical range, but at the same time, they can still afford to, you know, make a mistake if they happen to do so.
Speaking of mistakes, Frozen getting caught out in top lane.
Oh,
he's going to
no.
be punished for it. Yeah, they are going to be able to dive on him and eliminate him. That's going to be a bell tower taken off or the side of Vox, but they're just going to trade here as Astro is going to take the bottom as well. But the thing is, both the bottom one has these pumpkin tappers with it, although they are going to focus on the bell tower.
Yeah, and just going back to what I was going to say here, I felt like, you know, with that level 20 window, that was really just Astral Authority's time to take a really good team fight here, but they weren't quite able to find it as they lost Frozen X in the nick of time. I would have liked to see them all rotate up there and defend with the Greymane on that top point with level 20, but instead they hesitated a little bit and it resulted in the Greymane falling there, and now this is indeed a very dire situation for Astral Authority as they're going to be scrambling to maybe even take back some of their... Oh no, the 6 cap. They're going to get it.
Well, no, they're going to have... They have the one in the bottom right side of the map. So they won't have a full cap here, thankfully for them. They are going to take the middle bell tower back, but it's only one altar here. Astral can take the shots from this, but that's going to be about the last that they're able to. And we got to see the tunnel use here by Astral. They get quickly back into this fight here and defend against the altars here.
Keep an eye on the repulsion upgrade there for Goat as well. Level 20, he got the Wave of Force upgrade, so he's going to be getting those huge knockbacks. Maybe they can look for a pick-off with that or use it as a massive peel tool, which I feel like is more the likely scenario. And then Tyrant Maw, of course. So if they get any takedowns with Maws, it's going to be massive. And there's the Holy Grail. Oh my goodness, Lex Luthor falls so quickly. And the D-Shield going out kind of onto the wrong target there. The Maw, I think, got at least one person in it. Here comes the follow-up. Let's see if they can get a kill out of it. It's very close. Yes, they are able to take down Tyrael, but Tyrael, of course, going to get that damage onto Goat. Not enough to get a kill, and then a blink heal tops off Goat right after. So Vox and Hilly, and a turnaround with a pulse bomb. That's going to be Murden falling, and this fight is oh so close here. Coming down to the wire, Goat, Calamity kill onto Equinox there. Now Goat getting pressured down. McIntyre, he's going to have a res here in this fight. So that's good for them. He's going to be able to top everybody off. Not that they need more healing right now, but he's going to be able to do that. Dark Chimera, though, going to cap this in the middle lane. The life of their tournament here is at stake, and Astral is fighting tooth and claw to keep in this game.
Yeah, Vox able to get a lot of kills there, but not able to secure that altar. They, like we were saying about Astral, Vox can as well take a couple of these shots. They are down to 14 now, so it is going to continue being even in this match, but both teams with their Storm talents as well now. And the boss is available, so that could be a potential play as well from either of these teams to try to get a greater advantage. And we do have the Pumpkin Tappers. McIntyre thinking about invading, but decides better than it. Even if it was a double support going up against it.
That would be a little crazy to run in there. I feel like the way we're going to have to see these fights for Astral is really, really good target swapping. They have to start opening on one person, force the Divine Shield to come out, force some of these defensives, and then instantly swap onto somebody like Lex Luthor, who doesn't have Emerald Wind to peel for himself. And we saw that fight, how quickly Lex Luthor died after the D-Shield went on to Goat. So maybe a little bit of a mistargeted D-Shield there, But even if that's not the case, when a D-Shield goes out, they just turn, switch targets. They have the damage to blow somebody else up almost instantaneously. So I feel like that's what they have to look out for and just try to bait out some of the defensive cooldowns here and get McIntyre to blow that D-Shield on the wrong person. That is best case scenario for them.
Yeah, we saw Astral kind of setting up to see if they could catch anyone coming across the battleground here. But it is going to be 2 altars. This isn't going to be a victory for either team, even if they were able to grab both of these altars. Although we do have now Vox pushing this bottom lane. They're going to be able to get this bell tower. That means they will have 5 shots here. But Kaeyoh getting focused on a little bit and is going to be able to back off of here. So they're in a pretty precarious position against Astral, though. This is a little scary for them to be engaging like this.
Yeah, we saw the pulse bomb already being used there just to harass the Muradin, and now this fight is really ramping up. The Sanctum goes down. Maw has already been used, so Hosty is in a terrible position back there. Are they going to be able to keep him alive? No D-Shield is available for Hosty, and you see him, yes, finally he's going to fall in this fight, and now it looks like Astral, oh my goodness, Astral losing the Tassadar there, and a quick pickoff from Goat. Goat being very fancy with the footwork here, getting the resets. Now snowballing this fight a little bit out of control. Frozen X trying to finish off the Li Ming. He's able to do it
able to finish off Goat, though.
Yeah, it was a kind of a 1-for-1 trade there at the end of the fight. But this is huge for Vox as they're going to be able to get potentially 10 shots out of this. Where did Rhaegar fall? I actually didn't even catch that one. Was he still just chasing there?
Yeah, he was in the bottom lane, kind of hanging out, just trying to peel off a little bit. He was in a bad position, so he was done for irregardless. This is going to be 10 shots on the core. They're down to their last life here. Astral Authority. This looks like it might be going to game number 3.
I'm really surprised that they didn't just beeline it to boss. One person is alive.
Yeah.
Oh, but okay, they're gonna walk in these shots on bottom with that one man alive.
That's gonna be game.
So Equinox needs to solo the boss here to win the game if they want to have any chance. Can he do it? No, he's gonna.
No,
make
he
his
has
way
to
down
defend
here.
against these the pumpkin beans.
I don't think Tassadar is gonna get there in time. I think this is gonna be the game. Just one pumpkin crosses this line of scrimmage, and that's it. GG. It's gonna be Vox Nihili winning game number 2.
Yeah, so we're gonna be moving on to game number 3. Thank you guys for sticking with us. I know it's getting late, especially on the East Coast for you guys, but wow, we have quite the series here, going down to the absolute wire to see who is going to be able to survive and punch their ticket to PAX. Will Vox repeat and be able to try to get top 4 once again, or will Astral repeat again and try to have a bit better run at it than that first regional?
Yeah, and now they have to pull out everything for this last game because it's all on the line here, guys. So you know this last game, they're going to be trying to get Equinox on that Illidan, of course, and do whatever they can. So, wow.
Just the amount of damage, just looking at the hero damage from both teams is just insane. I mean, on the side of Vox and Hilly, we have Zagar with 93,000 and Li Ming with 95,000. Equinox on the Tracer for Astral had 102,000. Greymane, played by Frozen X, 89,000.
Wow. I can't believe Tracer actually topped the charts from that whole game. And yeah, pretty incredible stuff there. So guys, don't write Tracer off completely. She's definitely still in the mix and looking very strong. So nicely done there by Equinox, really showing why that character is so strong, but it wasn't quite enough for them. And in game number 3, let's see what these guys opt for. I already have a draft link, and we're going to be moving into the lobby here. I will get you the link.
Cool. It's awesome. I always love seeing these games get started quickly.
You know these guys are antsy to get into this
they are
last
antsy.
game.
It's probably late for some of them. They just want to get this done. I mean, obviously they all want to be going to PAX and being able to rest over the weekend instead of having to prepare for playing in the 3rd and final qualifier.
Yeah,
is going to be big for either of these teams.
Yeah, that is a big thing to win there, and just not having to worry about playing in the last qualifier. So these guys, we're just letting them get a quick little break there, get a drink, cool off after that extremely intense last match, neck and neck throughout the entire thing. It was actually pretty hard to even keep up with some of those fights because of how close they were all the time. You just see like it would be like a 5 versus 5 and then go to a 4 versus 4, then a 3 versus 3, 2 versus 2, and it would just come down to the wire each time. I think my favorite moment was seeing that Tassadar plus Tracer win the 2 versus 3.
Yeah, that was so incredible, and like you were saying, just really shows off the power of the Tassadar Tracer combo and why it's so scary for people to be going up against.
Yeah, it's one of those things you always see whenever a Tracer's picked, Tassadar's banned. And sometimes it's like, wait, why would you ban the Tassadar? Well, that's why. If you watch that replay, you can see exactly how powerful that combo is. So I see you're here in the lobby. Apparently, I'm going to be playing for one of the teams this game, so that'll be fun.
Yeah, no, but that's why you saw for a while there Tassadar getting a lot of bans just kind of out of the blue, like even first bans for a while.
Yeah.
Where it was just like, okay, why did you ban the Tassadar? It's because you limit the options of the Illidan, of the Tracer. The teams are just less likely to pick those without the shield support.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So after seeing those two games, who are you feeling like is going to be clinching the series here in Game 3?
This is hard. The Game 3 is going to be on Sky Temple, so Illidan is obviously still going to be the big question mark, I think,
that's true.
For Astral. I want to say Vox because they're going to have the momentum going into game number 3, but these teams are so close, it's really hard to call exactly who's going to win. But yeah, even before the draft, I'll go all in on Vox.
I'm right there with you, Tyrant. I think Vox is going to take it, but certainly is going to be a close game. And who knows what's going to happen ultimately. I mean, we've seen that Astral is just fighting as hard as they can to win these matches, doing every last thing in their power, and, of course, definitely are able to capitalize on any kind of throws that Vox Nihili does. So with the draft starting here, let's see what these teams open up for on Sky Temple.
Yeah, and here we go very quickly. And continuing the trend is Astral Authority. They're going to ban the ETC out. I think they've banned him out every game this series so far. So not wanting to deal with that. What does Vox ban out here? Do they ban out that Illidan and make sure that Equinox does not have that to play?
I feel like that's a must here. Honestly, Equinox just showed way too much strength on that character earlier in the day, and he's got to be feeling so comfortable and warmed up on it. However, you still have so many counters open to it that I wouldn't blame them if they didn't. Okay, so Illidan gets banned out here. Vox Nihili, they know what they're up against, and honestly, you constantly see that at this tip-top level of play, especially in like finals. Illidan oftentimes does get banned out because in the hands of these mechanical gods of the game, Illidan becomes such a more powerful character. So now with Illidan off the table, Astral Authority is just going to go with a very well-rounded pick in the form of Falstad. But do you really want to give Hosty Zagara?
I guess that's what they're going to be doing. Zagara is going to be available for Vox, and it would be an absolute shock if they didn't lock Zagara in these next two picks here, and that's immediately what they're going to lock in. What do they follow this up with? Are they going to go with the Uther once again? They really seem to prioritize that. And can you blame them with a player named Lex Uther on their team?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's got to fit the RP,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they're going to pick Zagara Li Ming here. Again, it's just going back to the fact that once you get locked out of the mages, you're in a tough spot. And Li Ming is just one of those characters who's risen in popularity because she is considered one of the two really strong mages right now, and that being Falstad and Li Ming, top tier mages. So I fully expect the Li Ming pick here, but we'll see. If they don't pick it here, Astral Authority will very likely ban it in this next rotation. Now, with ETC being banned as well, this kind of puts Vox Nihili in a spot where if they don't pick a tank, they're going to get locked out of a lot of tank options as well. And yeah, they're going to look at the Tyrael there because Astral could just pick Tyrael and then ban out another tank as well. So unfortunately, Vox Nihili was in a spot where they either don't get a good tank or they don't get Li Ming.
Yeah, and they're opting to go with the Tyrael here. And as we've seen in the meta recently over the past month or two, Tyrael has just absolutely risen in priority, and I don't blame Vox for wanting to secure that here. Being able to control these team fights and zone out your opponent is going to be so key for them. And we'll have to see, does Astral pick up the Li Ming here? It wouldn't surprise me if they did. But it does look like Thrall is going to be their next pick here, going to be going up against that Zagara.
Yeah, I think that's a smart pick here. They're taking a really strong melee who can do very well against double melee type comps. I mean, double tank comps, rather. And, of course, Thrall just holds that bottom lane so very well and can match up very well versus Zagara. Ooh, they juked us on that one. So, Astral Authority, like I was saying before, they realize that they can really put the lockdown on the mages here. And Vox Nihili so far hasn't really picked anything that's too threatening to mages. Now, Zagara is most definitely going to be running Spell Shield this game after seeing those two picks.
Mm-hmm.
So she's going to be pretty easy to defend versus all that magic damage. However, for this last pick on Astral, not sure what they're going to opt for.
They're just going full in on damage here. They're going to pick up the Greymane. This is going to mean their tank options are most likely limited here. Vox has the option to ban another warrior here, and that might just be what they do. It's going to be either a warrior that they're going to restrict them on or their support. So do you think if they're not going to pick up Uther in their next pick, I would imagine that might be the ban here. You don't want the Divine Shield on Greymane and having to deal with that. So we'll have to see what they decide to pick up here. But they have a lot of options here, and I think Uther would be the right ban here.
I agree with you. You want to take away Uther from pairing with the Greymane. You already have Tyrael on your team, so you don't have to worry about that. I feel like the tank options for Astral are Murden or Johanna, especially with these. They ban out Murden there, but I feel like, with Johanna still being on the table, they didn't really do that much by getting rid of Murden. And now Astral Authority looking at what melees are still available and what would pair well with Tyrael, opting to just go ahead and get rid of the Kerrigan. Now, Sonya's still available, as well as the Thrall here for Vox. So we'll see out of those two which one they opt to go for. There's a lot of options on the table still.
Yeah, a lot of options, and the support is still available. So I think them not banning out Uther tells me that they are going to spring for the Paladin here. But they're diving into their time pool here, and that they are hovering over Uther. Let's see if they lock it in. As they're really getting low on the time pool. They're going to lock in Rhaegar, though. So I think I do like that as well. Either of those supports is really strong here. So no, I don't think either of them are really too terrible of an idea.
I fully expect them to pick Sonya after picking Rhaegar, though, over Thrall. And prove me wrong here. Maybe they will pick the Thrall. But I feel like Sonya would just be more of a efficient frontliner going in there, or just a straight up another tank instead of going for Sonya altogether. I'm surprised that we haven't seen any Sonya play coming out just yet. But with these picks, Astral Authority, okay, they do go for the Thrall there, and it's going to be looking for probably a Sunder blow up on all of these more squishy, damage-oriented characters. So for Astral's comp, they definitely have sacrificed a lot of the tankiness that we usually see now with like double warrior and these big beefy frontliners. Instead, they just have super high damage, but they're very vulnerable. So I guess Thrall does make sense if you look at it that way, where Thrall can very much punish these characters, catch them off guard, and just blow them up very quickly, whereas Sonya gets poked out very quickly by all of this super high damage. She does better when she's against low damage frontliners, where she can just ramp up her damage over a long period of time. And like I was saying, Johanna gets picked up there as the final tank option. I still feel like Murden was a little bit of a wasted ban for Vox, as Johanna just fills that role perfectly right now to pair with those triple squishies.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised they didn't grab Uther here in this situation, but Brightwing going to be able to provide that global presence. And yeah, so they're going to have double globals here with the Falsa and Brightwing, and Vox. They're going to finish out their lineup here with the Sylvanas. So we could see a very early game pressure in one of these lanes. And Sylvanas is someone we haven't seen much this qualifier, but she is definitely very, very strong on maps like this, where you get more just more value out of pushing these lanes with the shrines.
Vox and
I
Hilly,
really like this though.
they love their specialists.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been running some pretty strange comps today, and I feel like pairing Zagara and Sylvanas, that's going to be a little bit strange, but you can work on this map, especially if you make really good shot call rotations around the map and focus more on pushing rather than just purely zerging around a team fight. So we'll see maybe a little bit more sacking of the actual temples and instead opting to have like Zagara or Sylvanas split and push, making full use out of these specialists' kit instead of just trying to run their head into this Astral Authority team that has so much damage.
Yeah, this is going to be quite the game here. It's game 3, and looks like the casters need to hold on. The other set of casters need to hold on for just a second. Hopefully, oh, it looked like Inverum disconnected, so he's coming back into this lobby here, and we should be getting underway for game number 3 here.
Yep. So guys,
these drafts are crazy. I love both these drafts, and
me too.
I'm still going to go with Vox here. I think Sylvanas provides a lot of value for them, and if they're able to kind of snowball that into some really solid temple phases, they're going to have a pretty commanding lead in this game. And obviously, Sylvanas and Zagara on the same team, that's just a scary amount of push.
It is a scary amount of push, but the kill potential is massive on the side of Astral. And I'm going to go ahead and throw in with Astral this game. Even though I know I was saying before, I really believe in the Vox. I think Vox is a great team, but I feel like Astral Authority has a little bit maybe of a stronger team fight sense. And especially with this comp, it's going to be very, very hard to win those fights. Sylvanas has sometimes a difficult time trading into these real high damage characters. So I'm going to go ahead and throw in with Astral, but I feel like if Vox plays around the map correctly, I'd love to see them prove me wrong here and make some really good rotations and shot calls. So we're loading into the game, guys. Just a reminder, this is the game that decides.
This is it.
We're in a best of 3, and we've gone to game 3. Both these teams very neck and neck throughout the entire series. Game 3 to decide which of these teams gets a spot to go play at PAX and have a chance to qualify for BlizzCon. So get ready for a great game. Hurry up and go get a snack right now if you haven't already, because we're about to get into it.
Yeah, we're loading the game right now, but yeah, thanks once again for everyone sticking around. I know it's late. These games went on pretty long, and that series, the first series that Vox had, apparently had a 40-minute game number 2 or something like that. Obviously, we didn't get to watch that because we were casting Astral here, but we are loaded in the game for our final game of the night. It is going to be Vox Nihili on the left side in the blue trunks, Hosty playing Zagara, Daihu on the Tyrael, Goat on Sylvanas, McIntyre out playing Thrall, and Lex Luthor on Rhaegar.
And I'll let you do the right side as well. I'll just have to change these names
around. And we do have Astral Authority. They have Equinox playing the Greymane, Frozen X on Falstad, Battery playing Johanna, Talking Trees on Li Ming, and Brightwing played by Dark Chimera. And we do have this rotation here on the top lane by Vox Nihili. I was expecting something like this with that Sylvanas pick, but they might get caught off here.
Well, there's only 2 members up there so far, so I feel like Vox Nihili definitely has the advantage here so far. But Battery doing a nice job of just checking that. He still has the Iron Skin up, but he's just really eating all of this damage here. Battery already used Iron Skin and is below half health, having to use his tap 20 seconds into the game there. But it's going to be a tri-lane to push things at the start here on top, on the side of Vox Nihili. We're looking to get a little bit of a structured advantage here of top, and if they do get enough, what they'll be able to do is just take this top shots from the top temple and get this entire fort.
There's going to be a rotation by Astral, but I feel like taking the vision there kind of really gave away the rotation, so they weren't able to get a gank up there. But we are going to see them now pressure this top lane. They're going to go tri-lane versus the tri-lane as well to stay step in step with them. And McIntyre and Dark Chimera, not the pairing you see all too often in this bottom lane.
Yeah, but Brightwing, definitely not a solo laner you want to underestimate. She can do pretty well for herself between Poly and all of that AoE damage from the Flare. But now with the first temples spawning at mid and top, let's see what the teams opt for. I fully expect Vox and Hilly to just contest over the top one and trade it out there. They've already got some structure damage there on top, and maybe try to secure this top fort before the second temple phase starts. Oh, look at Talking Trees! Might actually fall, yes! Hosty and Goat just dumping all of their damage onto Li Ming there, who was trying to scout out and get a feel for who was trying to take that top temple. And a great job by Vox and Hilly there, jumping on her right away, pulling the trigger, no hesitation to get that kill. And another little bit of a clash going on here at the mid temple as Battery is jockeying for position here. Johanna can afford to kind of stay on this point. 3 versus 2 here. They need to be a little bit careful. Nice patience by Vox and Hilly there, backing off and not getting caught up in this mismatch fight. Now,
yeah, and I really liked what McIntyre did. He threw out the Feral Spirit there and got Equinox before he was able to jump in there. But they're going to be able to focus on Battery, and he is going to get dropped here. And they're going to be able to clean that up and grab the final shots here on this mid-temple.
Yeah, that was a pretty good trade there for Vox and Hilly as they're really starting to extend their lead. About a full 1-level lead, and exactly what I was talking about, that happened top where they were able to get that fort nice and early on in the game. And it's all about structure advantage on Sky Temple, guys. If you're still learning this game, this map is all about getting those structures down in the early game so that in the later phases, when you get those temples, they're shooting directly towards the more important structures like the keeps. So whichever team generally has the structure lead in the early game starts snowballing very hard later in the game. Now, these Giants are going to be pushing bottom, and of course with the double specialist comp, Vox and Hilly is going to have the advantage here as they start to put pressure onto this fort wall. Similar thing could happen if they don't have any response down here, but here comes the 4 members of Astral Authority. They really need to make something happen here. Lex Uther very caught out, going into wolf form, trying to escape. Let's see. No, he's not going to be able to get through the little chokehold there. And the members of Vox and Hilly tried to collapse, but they were a little late to get there, not able to save the Rhaegar Shaman. And now they were able to stop that push on bottom, which is good, because if they would have gotten too much structure damage here, again, a fort being able to take down, the temple being able to take down the fort.
Yeah, McIntyre was up in this top lane here with the Brightwing, and so when Brightwing's able to just Z down, Thrall's just stuck miles away from the fight and not able to help out Vox during that. But we have Frozen X actually dropping down here onto Hosty. Equinox as well. Oh my goodness, 30 health left on Hosty.
Hosty the God, playing very beautifully today, hitting great Maws, surviving ganks left and right, just doing a great job. Got to give him some props there, making Zagar look great. And I just want to point out Wisdom Duelist being taken on the side of Astral Authority. Equinox, of course, a very aggressive player. Doesn't surprise me to see him picking that up. And if he's able to get that stacked up, of course, he's going to be super deadly. With only a few stacks of that, you can get up to that 10% bonus power very quickly. So, now the bottom temple being taken here. The initial control going to Astral Authority, and the clock is ticking here to where Vox and Hilly needs to make something happen. This is where they're going to struggle a little bit more because of this double specialist versus a more teamfight-oriented comp on the side of Astral.
Yeah, and it looks like Astral just able to control this very easily, even though Talking Trees and Frozen X taking quite a bit of damage in their backline, having to fall back and tap well, but they should be okay here. They're just continuing to poke, and Battery's just able to stay on the temple in the bottom and get these shots out. But Astral, they have to be careful here. They're in a lot of trouble if they're not able to get back, and Battery does get taken out here. So this is going to be the temple now in the favor of Vox. So it looks like we're going to see some rotations now just to soak XP and also clean up this top lane, which got really messed up by this bruiser camp for Vox as they were able to take out a fort.
Yeah, remember that fort got killed in the early game too, so these Knights were able to just waltz right through top lane all the way to the keep and start draining that. Over half the ammo got drained in the process. And yet another fort falls for Astral Authority, so Vox and Hilly extending their structure advantage with every temple phase. I was surprised they were able to actually win that poke war so consistently. And no real aggressive moves coming out from the side of Astral Authority, but it was tricky because they were split there. Battery trying to cap those shots on the point while the other four tried to keep up with the poke in the lane. So without that front line, of course, it is difficult.
Yeah, and Heroics available now for both the sides. We do see the Emerald win this game for Brightwing on the side of Astral, and we do see Now Nidus Network, instead of the Maw here, being taken by Zagara.
Oh yeah, Nidus Network, and honestly, kind of surprised to see Nidus Network. Maw's been doing so well for Hosty all throughout the day, but time to switch it up, I guess. And he wants to show his prowess across all the different ultimates in the game. And of course, it is going to be nice for this map when they already have a structural lead, being able to rotate across the map and just put pressure and then rotate to a temple at the last second. Hosty, however, getting a little too comfortable maybe in mid lane. The Sanctification there ended up being wasted as he tried to save Hosty's life. So they're going to be backing off here, having some good discipline and waiting until they get Zagara back up and probably waiting until Sanctification comes back off cooldown. Now, it looks like Astral Authority is going to take down this fort in mid, getting back in the game a little bit. Nice job there by Dark Chimera to just allow his team to safely back off there. Nothing probably is going to be happening within the next 50 seconds, so not missing out on too much by using that cooldown.
Yeah, and they're going to rotate and grab their siege or the bruiser camp right now as the two temples are going to spawn on the top and bottom of this map. I did want to point out really quickly, you were mentioning about how Li-Ming builds are so varied right now, and we see a very different build than we have been seeing tonight.
Yeah.
For Li-Ming, we have the Power Hungry and the Dominance at level 1 and 4.
Yeah, I like this build, actually. The Power Hungry is going to help them get a lot more poke and keep up with this Zagara Sylvanas throwing out constant spells against them. And it looks like everybody is starting to conglomerate down here at the bottom temple. Remember, we have Astral with a slight stat lead here at the beginning of this fight. McIntyre already getting the Ancestral, already using the Sanctification, and I feel like that's a lot of ultimates down there that are very crucial on the side of Vox. So let's see if now Astral can make something happen here and move in aggressively. They still have the Emerald Wind. They still have Go for the Throat. So if they can get a lot of damage on somebody and find an execution, maybe a reset, they'll be able to win this fight. Again,
Sundering is available as well, though, for McIntyre, so they could use that as an engagement tool. But Goat is taking a lot of damage. Here comes the Sundering, the Silence as well, and they're going to go on to Greymane. Equinox is not going to get taken down here.
but surely he's going to die to the... Oh, Mike, the disengage! Equinox stays alive there! He had the disengage at the very last second. Oh, my goodness. Tyrael's got to be so upset. He took that talent so he'd be able to Q or use his Aldruin's Might to teleport on top of him, but of course disengage there allows him to scurry away and survive. So a great play there by Equinox to help him secure a big lead in that team fight for his team. And I thought for sure he would fall.
The stacks of Wizened Duelist here.
Yes, exactly. Keeping those stacks alive is a huge advantage. And Daihu's got to be super, super upset to not have been able to secure that kill. And a nice Blessed Shield to set up this kill onto Rhaegar at top lane. And Astral is really turning it up right now.
They're starting to really wrangle control back into this game as they are level 14. They have that talent advantage as well. They're going to be able to grab this top temple. And I don't think Vox can really contest being down the talent here. And down Rhaegar, obviously.
Yeah, that has a big effect on it too there. But some ults were, of course, expended in getting that Rhaegar kill. Let's see now. Are they going to actually start this boss, or are they just setting up for maybe a pick-off here? They found Daihu, but he's going to be able to get out of there with the Aldruin. Having to throw it on Sank, though, that's going to hurt. And using the Sunder defensively, there's so many... Oh, Dark Chimera falls! That's the strength of Even in Death that we're looking for. Daihu getting some massive value out of it that time, turning that into a 1-for-1. Well, it looked really bad there to start out, having used Sunder and Sanctification only for defensive purposes. But nice turnaround there. So Vox and Hilly makes that a 1-for-1. And a 2-level lead now. Very solid 2-level lead on the side of Astral Authority. So they are quite in the lead at this point in time.
Yeah, they're going to be able to hit level 16 very quickly here. And be able to force a team fight if they want, or just continue grabbing objectives. Does look like Vox is going to try to push out this bottom lane with this siege camp that they do have while cleaning up this siege of Astral. But I think they've wisened up to what Astral is doing. Is Astral rotates down here, and we're going to see Hosty get focused on here. The silence was great, but there's going to be no follow-up, and Zagara is just getting obliterated.
That moment he turned south and started heading into the pit, I was like, well, rip Hosty. That's it. He's done.
And this is going to prompt Equinox and company to grab the boss here, or at least attempt to, and Vox, they're going to try to contest this a little bit. They're going to poke, but look at the amount of damage and how quickly that boss got burned down.
That was a beautiful shot call there. Equinox, of course, as soon as Astral Authority starts getting ahead, always commanding his team to take every single advantage they can get their hands on. So a great job there to secure a boss with the Gust. And now they're going to be pushing with this boss. They might have caught McIntyre and Lex out in an awkward position here, but Daihu doing a nice job of frontlining for his team. Hosty is really wishing he had Maul right now, I feel like.
Yeah, so they're going to continue pressuring in this bottom lane. They're going to threaten the keep. I don't think they're going to be able to pick it up, though. Maybe Hosty's wishing he had gotten Ma here because he's not able to get any value out of the Nidus network here.
Yeah, but he obviously felt very confident on it with the tournament lifeline for both of these teams falling into this one game. You know, let's see if maybe later in the game he's able to get a little bit more value out of it. For now, though, this is the problem. This is the dilemma that I was talking to you about before the game started. On the side of Vox Nihili, they have these specialists, but not quite as much teamfight power as Astral's comp does. And it shows its problem here, especially over single temple spawns, because they have to fight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we're talking about how important the Zakara is. I really like what Battery took at level 13 Burning Rage here. So Battery is able to walk around the map and continue to just clean up this creep without any problem. So that the creep is just going to get completely eliminated this entire game, and never is going to be able to get settled in with that.
Yep, he's just being brought on as a full-time creep clearer now. And Frozen X here going to push out the top lane, knowing that he has the global ready at any time. He needs to rotate down to his team. And so now, from a 2-level lead to a 3-level lead, Astral Authority is in full control of this game. It is absolutely their game to throw. And as long as they stay in control here, keep extending their advantage intelligently, they should be able to take this. But let's see what Vox Nihili can pull out here. Because, of course, everything's on the line for them, so they're going to want to do something big soon.
Yeah, it looks like... Oh, wait, here comes the Sunrain and the Silence here, but the Gust to disengage. The one member of the team that didn't get silenced was able to use the Gust to disengage. I felt like they could have gone on to Talking Trees there, but that Gust was able to just secure their walk back here, and they're going to be able to grab this keep in the middle. First keep of the game.
Yeah, I feel like it was a weird choice to engage right that moment, pre-16, but maybe that's exactly what they were looking for, that sort of weird timing that Vox Nihili wouldn't expect, because no team is going to engage, 15 to 18 right as they're about to hit 16, but that's exactly what they decided to do there, as Vox Nihili just looked to take the fight there and make something happen. But a beautiful Gust coming out of Frozen X there to keep his team alive and keep that lead nice and healthy and extend it with a keep.
Yeah, and we have two temples activating now on the top and bottom sides of this battleground. And like you said in the draft, at level 13, we do have Zagara picking up that spell shield, trying to help defend against the power of the Leaping and Falsehead on the side of Astral. We do have Vox. It looks like they're looking either for a pick here, or they're not going to get a pick, obviously.
Brian
might be... Okay, Chimera might be in a little bit of trouble here. He's
They're
going
ignoring
the other
him.
way. He's like, I need to get out of here. He does have the phase shift available, and is he going to use it? Yeah, he is going to use it to get out of dodge here. They are going to push in this bottom, and this prompts Astral all to, or not all to back, but everyone but Falstad is going to back here. And let's see how this defense continues.
Sunder was actually used there in an attempt to take down Equinox. And if you're curious as to what they're doing here, guys, really the reason they're pushing this advantage here on Vox Nihili, not pushing this advantage, but forcing this weird fight, is because they want to fight before 20. But now that Astral's 20, this is their chance to turn around and make something happen. Frozen, I'm sure.
Winning is going to be a problem right now on the
yeah,
core.
absolutely. That's a big wave.
Daihu gets taken out. Let's see if Kiro can do some damage here. Equinox gets a little bit low, but not going to be able to secure a kill. And the shield is starting to get chunked down for Vox.
Yeah, and with that double temple alive, such a dire situation here for Vox Nihili. They're running out of options very quickly. They either need to rotate to one of these temples and look for a kill, or just push out on the map or try to all in or something, because they're quickly losing all opportunities on the map. And now we see both temples just barraging this bottom keep, which will be the final keep. We see everyone on the side of Vox Nihili, though, heading towards top. This is where they want to make something happen. It's going to be hard with that 20 advantage, though, on Astral. Frozen X is very low. If they can get maybe a reset onto him. Silence is still available.
Shots are going on the core, though, right now. They need to go right now, and I don't think they have enough here. Look at all the shots still left with Dark Chimera on the bottom side.
It's not going to be enough to finish the core there. The shots from bottom, I don't believe, will be enough to finish the core. So at least the core is going to survive a little bit longer, but here comes the core all in.
Wow. But, okay, he has to gust away. So he is going to continue trying to pressure the core here. 46% on the box's core. OC going to get taken out here, and that should be king here, as Astral is going to be able to secure their ticket to PAX in Seattle next month.
Wow, great job there. Unbelievable finish to that game. That was just crazy. And what a crazy game. I mean, we saw at the beginning, you know, Vox was doing such a good job with that double specialist. And then Astral just turned things up so much in the mid game with their team fight comp.
Yeah, and they were just so quick on their shot calling there. They had that one pick in the bottom lane and immediately went on to boss, and that really opened up that bottom lane for them to pressure. And like I was saying earlier on the earlier game on Sky Temple, being able to break down the structures early on in the game really empowers you when you're able to grab the temples later on. And that's pretty much what happened.
Exactly. Yep. And honestly, the double specialist comp, exactly the concerns that we had for it. The fact that they didn't have quite enough team fight presence. And honestly, the Nidus Network just didn't get the value that they needed from Zagara. He wasn't a split pushing threat really at any point in the game. And Maul would have been a massive helpful cooldown in a lot of these fights, being able to just disengage and find those opportunity windows to get some kills. But that's going to be Astral. So I guess I was right on that one, DJ Tyrant. Even though Vox Nihili,
I'll concede that to you. That's fine,
but I honestly, like, before I saw the draft, I was right there with Vox Nihili. I thought they would be able to take it. They were looking like the stronger team throughout the day. But Astral Authority, they managed to win that first game and come back after the throw. And then in the second game, they struggled a little bit. But in this game, they looked absolutely phenomenal. They were 3-level leading for the majority of the mid to late game.
They controlled that game pretty much from start to finish and never let go of that lead. And that means they're going to punch their ticket to PAX and be able to compete to potentially qualify for BlizzCon. But
yes,
there's some big names waiting for them in the group stages in Seattle.
Yeah, I think with Equinox rejoining the squad, I feel like Astral Authority has gained back a lot of the strength that they had and a lot of the reason that they were doing so well at LANs. Equinox is a great player. Can't take that away from him. Absolutely not. So, you know, he showed his prowess today on Illidan. He showed it on Tracer, honestly. Even though they lost that game, he top damage and did a phenomenal job on Tracer. And, of course, just showed his shot calling throughout the day. Very beautifully done. So, congrats to Astral Authority. Have fun at PAX, guys. And that's going to do it for our cast today. That's going to wrap it up. We know who's going now. DJ Tyrant, I'll let you take it away, give some shout-outs, and then I will say goodbye.
Yeah, thanks everyone for sticking with us into the late night hours here.
Yes.
But yeah, congratulations to Astral Authority again. Vox, they're not completely out of it yet. The last qualifier is Sunday, 10 a.m. Pacific. So Vox will have another shot at it. But Astral Authority, moving on to once again play at the regionals. Kaeyoh, it's been great casting with you.
Yeah, man, it's been a good time. I hope we get to cast more. I like the energy that you bring. You're always such a positive force when we're casting. I just love that. And usually I'm the salty one, you know, calling people out on stuff, and you're just like always positive about everything. So yeah, man, it was a pleasure to cast with you. Guys, you know where to find me, at Temple Kaeyoh, youtube.com/Kaeyoh, and you can follow me on twitch.tv/Kaeyoh. Probably going to be streaming a little bit tonight, doing a little bit more of the giveaways as we got 100 subs on the channel today. Very excited about that. So thank you guys for all your support, and thank you for tuning into this cast, this ESL tournament cast, and we'll see you guys next time. Hope you all have a wonderful night. Peace out.